Proverbs merely as poetic expressions of common sense, giving didactic advice. For me personally, my interest in proverb poetry began more than 50 years ago when, as a young assistant professor, I was young once, I came across Carl Sandburg's long poem, Good Morning America, from 1928, in which he describes life in the United States during the 1920s. In its 11th section, he characterizes the country by way of its language, including quotations, proverbs, expressions, idioms, and slang. In fact, he shows his interest in them by twice stating, "Behold the proverbs of a people." I just love that statement. So look, just a few lines. A code arrives, language, lingo, slang. Behold the proverbs of a people. This business is business. When you don't know, won't hurt you. Courtesy pays. Fair enough. Say it with flowers. Let one hand wash the other. The customer's always right. Oh, very well, let it go at that. There are lies, damn lies, and statistics. Figures don't lie, but liars can figure. There's more truth than poetry in all of this. And then he goes on and on. While Sandburg's poem is a small proverb collection, really, that amasses proverbs current in everyday speech of his time, there's no particular rhyme or reason to the poetic montage. Things are quite different with the poem Rhymed Proverbs by the Canadian, this for you, Harris, by the Canadian poet John Robert Colombo. It consists of 12 rhymed couplets of 2 proverbs each, with the proverbs being cited unchanged and without any particular connection with each other. What might Colombo have had in mind with his poetic montage of 22 proverbs in their standard wording? Perhaps the statement that I chose for my title, proverbially, nothing can beat a proverb, as at the very end of the poem, provides us with the answer, namely, that there is no escaping the basic truth of proverbs in most general situations of life. I'll just give you a couple. An old fox needs not be taught tricks. Many sands will sink a ship. 2 of a trade seldom agree. Make a virtue of necessity. It is a long lane that has no turning. There is no royal lane to learning. And then he ends it, proverbially, nothing can beat a proverb. I think he's just having some fun. Quite differently, the American poet Frank Woodstrike put together 16 couplets of contradictory proverb pairs in his poem entitled Paradoxical Proverbs from 1937. While they are not rhymed, they do cite the proverbs in their standard variants, illustrating once and for all that for most proverbs, others can be found that express the opposite point of view. And we all play with those. Just a couple examples. Look before you leap, hesitate, and all is lost. In peace, prepare for war. Never cross a bridge until you come to it. And one more. Never judge by appearances. Every bird is known by its feathers. Woodstrike must have enjoyed discovering such contradictory proverb pairs, just as we do. And this is obviously also true for the American poet Ambrose Bierce, who changed 15 folk proverbs into revealing anti-proverbs in his parodistic text, wonderful title, Wise Saws and Modern Instances, or Poor Richards in Reverse. His reference to the many proverbs that Benjamin Franklin included in the 25 issues of his Poor Richard's Almanac, published between 1733 and 1758, is drawing attention to the fact that people of his time might well have become tired of the constant bombardment of didactically interpreted proverbs. I have in my collection so-called Benjamin Franklin plates and also cups that were produced in the 18th century and later to have children drink their milk out of the cups. And of course, they all had the Proverbs on it. One way of propagating Proverbs, of course, right? And yes, the best way to deal with this menace would be, of course, what would you do? To change the Proverbs into anti-Proverbs that actually, at least in part, express some innovative wisdom. A couple examples. A penny saved is a penny to squander to waste, right? Strike while your employer has a big contract. Strike while the iron is hot. Where there's a will, there's a won't. Okay? The step from anti-proverbs to so-called pseudo-proverbs is quickly taken. Such invented statements are usually based on existing proverb structures that give them the appearance of being proverbial. The proverbial ballad by the English poet Wendy Cope is an example of an author creating pseudo-proverbs. But she goes one step further, since her one-liners that follow an A-B rhyme scheme are in fact utter nonsense. See what you think. Fine words won't turn the icing pink, whatever that means. A wild rose has no employees. But you see, it sounds like Proverbs, don't they? This one I kind of like. It almost makes some sense. Who boils his socks will make them shrink. Suppose that happened with woolen socks. My wife would have a better answer. I don't really know. He who has 2 legs must wash 2 knees. Who locks his door will need his keys. Just having fun. Things are very different with what the American author Harry Matthews has done. This is really fascinating. What he has done with 46 traditional proverbs in his unique prose and poetic text, Their Words for You. That is limited, interesting, to just those words that appear in those 46 proverbs. Can you imagine writing a novel using only the words of those 46 proverbs? Coy or sly as Matthews is, he has not provided readers with a list, but included are the following, just to a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. When the cat's away, the mice will play. Every cloud has a silver lining. When I read that novel, it's about 70 pages. I spent a lot of time just discovering with which 46 proverbs he's playing with. From a paremiological point of view, it would be of interest to know how Matthews came up with his list of 46 proverbs. It definitely includes well-known proverbs that belong to the paremiological minimum of English proverbs. And it should be noted that he included such modern proverbs as the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence and never give a sucker an even break. Here then is a small segment of the first chapter of this fascinating short novel, with the prose section being made up of the words of the proverbs and the following poems being comprised of proverb halves, scrambled or fused proverbs called in French perverbe, or anti-proverbs in English, by the French group of experimental writers called Oulipo, Ouvroir de littérature potentielle, of which Matthews was the only American member in Paris. Now, listen to this. I mean, you really ought to buy this book. Another morning, another egg. The sky was up early. It rained all night. To you and me sleeping, the storm was a delight. Time for you to get up. Come into the omelet of morning delight. Come as an egg. You can't make an omelet without breaking half a dozen or the other. Take 6 eggs. Eggs are things. Eggs were things. Have an omelet. Have a little bread with it too. Cat. Come on, cat, you old dog. Have little bread till it's bone time. And on it goes. It becomes clear that Matthews presents an ingeniously crafted language game played out within carefully defined limits. It is not life or reality or experience, but language that creates the story. Readers have to take the leap I have to admit to you, I started reading it and actually put it away. I said, what the hell, I'm not going to deal with this. But then I got excited. Anyhow, so readers have to take the leap into this contrived world of words and halves of Proverbs, perhaps best without looking for any definite answers to what it all is supposed to mean. In any case, here is a 9-line stanza of many, many such poems in his novel that shows the complexity of such tour de force proverb permutations with proverb halves. And try to figure out what the proverbs are. You can't make an omelet with good intentions. Too many cooks are better than no bread. One man's meat as good as a mile. Once burned spoils the broth. Too many cooks are worth two in the bush. You can't make an omelet on the other side of the fence. Half a loaf is better than two in the bush. It's an ill wind that spoils the broth. And it's fun to figure out. Eventually you know what 46 proverbs he plays with. As the readers compare all of these proverbs, they will delight discovering those that make at least some sense. Manipulating traditional proverbs is nothing new, we know that. But Matthews created a literary work based on such intellectual play with them. It is a challenging book to be sure, but it is a delight to readers interested in the play with language. Almost 20 years after Harry Matthews' tour de force poems, constructed out of proverb halves, Fionnuala, this is for you, the well-known prolific Irish poet Paul Muldoon, who was the poetry editor of The New Yorker from 2007 to 2017, and who is now teaching poetry at Princeton University. He published his poem called Symposium in 1995 that exhibits the same creative modus operandi based on the intermingling of proverb halves. It is constructed as a sonnet with the first two stanzas following an A-B scheme that shows that Muldoon did not just mix up proverb halves at random. It should also be noticed that while he works with standard proverbs, he has included a few proverbial expressions like to hit the nail on the head and to sit between two stools. Now here's your sonnet. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it hold its nose to the grindstone and hunt with the hounds. Every dog has a stitch in time, 2 heads. You've been said one good turn. One good turn deserves a bird in the hand. Second stanza. A bird in the hand is better than no bread. To have your cake is to pay Paul. Make hay while you can still hit the nail on the head. For want of a nail, the sky might fall. People in glass houses can see the wood for the broom. Rome, we've heard this proverb several times yesterday. Rome wasn't built between two stools. Empty vessels wait for no man. A hair of the dog is a friend indeed. There's no fool like the fool who's shot his bolt. There's no smoke after the horse is gone. Now, a careful analysis of this unique sonnet brings to light that Muldoon actually varies Matthews' method of cutting proverb halves and randomly rearranging them. He picks but one of the proverb halves in each case and ignores the other halves. A little bit more of a challenge in a way, making it a bit more of a challenge to recognize the underlying proverbs. The question arises whether the poem is nothing but linguistic play with fractured proverbs, or whether there is at least some deeper meaning to this proverbial construction. My students and I have fun with this, and I always kind of ask them, come on, there must be something to this. Anyhow, this is what we come up with. The title Symposium might well provide an interpretive key if one imagines someone standing right there in the doorway of a cocktail party or an intellectual gathering of paremiologists and picking up only snippets of conversation of people supporting their arguments by the apparent truth value of Proverbs. Of course, the segmented discourse would appear rather nonsensical without any cohesive context. So imagine you standing out there, you're listening to all this gossip talk, and you only understand little snippets. I think that's what he's playing with. But speaking of making sense, there exists the fascinating poem called A Proverbial Tragedy from 1915 by the American poet Arthur Guiterman, in which he twists and changes such standard English proverbs as the rolling stone gathers no moss, a cat may look at a king, tread on a worm and it will turn, all roads lead to Rome, still waters run deep, and the early bird catches the worm. He takes those into a proverbial montage that presents a negative view of the world. I always tell my students, look at the date of these things. It looks at the world at the beginning of the First World War. That helps, I think, to me at least, to interpret the poem. While some proverbs are partially cited, others appear in their traditional wording that help to create a metaphorical message of sorts. See what you think. So just two stanzas. The rolling stone and the turning worm and the cat that looked at a king set forth on the road that leads to Rome, for youth will have its fling. The goose will lay the golden eggs, the dog must have his day, and nobody locks the stable door till the horse is stolen away. That's your first stanza. But the rolling stone that was never known to look before the leap. Think of Ukraine right now. But the rolling stone that was never known to look before the leap plunged down the hill to the water still that run so dark, so deep. And the leaves were stirred by the early bird who sought his breakfast where he marked the squirm of the turning worm, and the cat was killed by care. A close reading, I think, reveals that the proverbial rolling stone can be seen as a person whose life's path is described in laconic phrases to its tragic end. The fellow travelers, the proverbial worm and the cat, find their destruction in a proverbially predestined fashion. The entire poem mirrors the pessimistic worldview of so many proverbs that in turn serve as a metaphor for Europe entering into the First World War, slithering, so to speak, into that tragedy. Seen in this light, the poem can be understood, I think, as a metaphorical apocalypse that is much more than linguistic play. In fact, the remnants of animal proverbs that might well reflect the cruelty and destruction of war. And they also show how people can get into war against their will. The poem amounts to a cautionary tale based on proverbial language whose message is certainly relevant today. Finally then, let it be said that not all poems and songs amounting to proverb collages change the traditional proverbs into anti-proverbs or randomly arranged proverb halves. The best example that I have in my archive for the appearance of traditional proverbs in the lyrical text is, I don't know if you know it, Bruce Springsteen's song, My Best Was Never Good Enough, from 1995, that tells the story of a failed love relationship by way of old proverbs, modern proverbs, anti-proverbs, and of course pseudo-proverbs. He knows it all. It is you go onto your Google, I don't know how to do it, but you can, find the song Bruce Springsteen and listen to it later, called My Best Was Never Good Enough. Here it goes. Wonderful. When I teach this class, we always play it at least 2 or 3 times, because the professor likes it. Anyhow, every cloud has a silver lining. Every dog has his day. She said, now don't say nothing if you don't have something nice to say. The tough now, they get going when the going gets tough. But for you, my best was never good enough. Now don't try for a home run, baby, if you can get the job done with a hit. Remember, a quitter never wins and a winner never quits. The sun don't shine on a sleeping dog's ass and all the rest of that stuff. But for you, my best was never good enough. If God gives you nothing but lemons, then you make some lemonade. The early bird catches the fucking worm. Rome wasn't built in a day. Now life's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Stupid is as stupid does. And all the rest of that shit. Come on, pretty baby, call my bluff. But for you, my best was never good enough. The 4 old proverbs, every cloud has a silver lining, every dog has its day, don't say nothing if you don't have something nice to say, and Rome was not built in a day, are cited in their traditional wording. Right. That is also the case with the early bird catches the worm, that Springsteen expands with the expletive fucking, that adds to the negative message of the song. The same is true for the phrase and all the rest of that shit, in which the scatological term helps to express the frustrations of the rejected lover. It is of interest that Springsteen also integrates 6 modern proverbs from the 20th century. Of special interest is the proverb, if life hands you lemons, make lemonade, which is known in other languages, as you know, from 1910, that he changes into the anti-proverb, if God gives you nothing but lemons, then you make some lemonade, which some people might consider blasphemous. His alteration of the proverb, the sun doesn't shine on the same dog's ass every day, to the sun don't shine on a sleeping dog's ass, might also approach anti-proverb status. But even though the structure of the proverb, when the going gets tough, the tough get going, usually attributed to John F. Kennedy's father, Joseph Kennedy, is reversed. It is basically the standard proverb. Of course, the proverb, a quitter never wins and a winner never quits, is cited without any change at all. And that is also true for 2 modern proverbs that Springsteen probably took from their appearance in the film Forrest Gump. Do you know the film Forrest Gump? Right. You know, I play a little trick with my students. I play them the Springsteen song, 1995, to show them how important dates are. And I said, now, these proverbs, life is like a chocolate, you never know what you're going to get, and stupid is as stupid does. I said, don't you know those? And then they come up with the fact that they are appearing in Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump was 1994. Okay, that shows you something, that Springsteen probably got those proverbs from watching Forrest Gump. Okay, now then we have some baseball terms. It's interesting, this one, don't try for a home run if you can get the job done with a hit, with its reference to the American game of baseball. In the context of his song, however, this statement might well have a sexual meaning in that a home run could refer to a sexual encounter. But be that as it may, Bruce Springsteen's proverb song shows that amassing proverbs with none or little change can result in a perfectly meaningful message. Altogether then, the poetic proverb collages, just a few that I presented here, can serve as proof that proverbs as minuscule poems can serve as the basis for innovative manipulations of traditional wisdom. While this play with proverbs might result in nonsensical combinations of proverb halves, it can also lead to meaningful metaphorical statements about life. The innovative transformations of traditional proverbs are clearly part of oral and written communication in the modern world. And whether it is homo ludens, the playful man, or more specifically scriptor ludens or lector ludens, let's keep playing with proverbs while realizing that proverbs as such will undoubtedly continue to play a role in modern life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, really. Time flies. It flew over your time, but anyway, we wanted to hear this wholeness.
Yeah. I try to read very slowly. Yeah. I think that's where I lose time.
So, Pires, and I tell about the next speaker while we are thanking Mieder. So, Philip Pires is a Portuguese person. We have heard many times about his studies of Saramago. How do you say it? And
like
maybe
the other years.
Yeah, but we are keen to hear.
Yes,
but it is important to keep
this year with the cave.
Yeah. So
that I'm going speaking in Portuguese, and they pass. They have commenced. They have beginning.
Yes.
No. Ok.
Thank you.
A palavra de José Saramago comprometida com Provérbios, na caverna. É uma obra bastante complexa, não é nada fácil de ler e, como tal, temos que nos precaver se a quisermos ler. É uma obra que vem um pouco no seguimento de todos os nomes e do ensaio sobre a cegueira e, como tal, é uma obra que foge um pouco aos temas históricos e avança para a análise da dignidade do homem. A mobilidade da ordem tecnológica impõe-se no mundo perante a mobilidade do espírito, que cada vez mais se deixa subjugar e é uma preocupação de José Saramago. A Caverna, de José Saramago, é uma obra que vem, mais uma vez, questionar a definição do real com a voz de trabalhadores artesanais que não têm capacidade de se defender do capitalismo exacerbado e desumano. Em determinada fase da vida, Cipriano Algor, o protagonista, decide, à maneira da República de Platão, encontrar soluções nas fundamentações gnosiológicas com repercussões individuais que cada um tem de tomar no percurso da sua libertação. E também sabes que o que ali está, sendo o que é, não tem realidade, não pode ser real. Não sei, mas depois de os ver, fiquei a pensar que talvez o que realmente não exista seja aquilo a que damos o nome de não existência. José Saramago debruça-se nesta obra sobre o ser humano e a sua identidade com um conjunto de reflexões em relação ao que realmente é observado no tratamento entre os humanos. E assim o enuncia com este epíteto extraído da República de Platão, livro 7º. Que estranha cena descreves, e que estranhos prisioneiros. São iguais a nós, são semelhantes a nós. Platão já havia escrito: Atoponefe, legeis, icona kai desmotas, apotus, homoios remin. Já não é tanto um romance histórico, é mais de cariz ensaístico, envolto em enigmas alegóricos de existência humana, com semelhanças às obras que o antecederam, o ensaio sobre a cegueira e todos os nomes. Daí que, mais tarde, nos seus comentários, aluda à trilogia involuntária destas obras que não foram escritas com essa intenção. A natureza desta alegoria em A Caverna, que permite uma leitura de questões inerentes a diversas temporalidades modernas, contribui para se denotar a condição dessa narrativa enquanto construção discursiva diretamente ligada à realidade. É uma obra em constantes diálogos e com monólogos, em busca do saber através de sensibilidades e apontamentos dialéticos, à semelhança da teoria platónica. Quem fala do barco quer embarcar, e é sabido que um cavalo coxo não leva recados, mas o caminho dialético conduz a alma até à ideia do bem. O romance permite que as questões filosóficas ou metafísicas apareçam imersas às questões da vida comum e são perceptíveis neste fastidioso mundo de repetições, como lhe poderiam ter chamado os sábios órficos, pitagóricos, estoicos, neoplatónicos, se não tivessem preferido, com poética inspiração, dar-lhe o mais bonito e sonoro nome de eterno retorno. A alegoria platónica é revisitada num sonho de Cipriano, o oleiro, em diálogo com a realidade vivenciada. Ele chega a sonhar com um novo forno exigido pelo crescimento da atividade da olaria da sociedade moderna, dos tempos modernos. Deixemos de saudosismos que só prejudicam e atrasam. O progresso avança imparável. É preciso que nos decidamos a acompanhá-lo. Ai daqueles que, com medo de possíveis inquietações futuras, se deixam ficar sentados à beira do caminho a chorar um passado que nem sequer havia sido melhor do que o presente. As meditações do banco de pedra, onde ele passava muito tempo a pensar na vida e na organização do mundo, tudo lhe perpassa na mente sobre as leis do progresso. Mas se tinha de ser assim, tanta pressa podia ir andando. Contudo, quando desperta do sonho, sente-se perplexo sobre a existência humana e a realidade concreta do mundo continua bem diferente. Não merecemos o pão que comemos. Somos incapazes de ver mais longe do que a ponta do nosso nariz. A vida é breve, finita e sujeita às temporalidades modernas. E o trabalho que se faz sonhando nunca deixa obra feita. Não é novidade que os sonhos humanos são assim. Às vezes pegam em coisas reais e transformam-se em visões. Outras vezes põem o delírio a jogar às escondidas com a realidade. Por isso, é tão frequente confessarmos que não sabemos a quantas andamos. O sonho a puxar de um lado, a realidade a empurrar do outro. Em boa verdade, a linha reta só existe na geometria e ainda assim não passa de uma abstração. O autor dispõe de temas filosóficos e discorre sobre a condição humana em texto literário, cheio de dobras e curvaturas delicadas, e é como que é. Não temos de viver, não com o que seria, é com o que é, que temos de viver, não com o que seria ou poderia ter sido. admirável filosofia pacífica, que pode desentorpecer a mente. Ele olha para o homem contemporâneo, encarnado em valores desrespeitadores da própria individualidade, que são ditados por uma indústria cultural e uma cultura visual que obscurecem o mundo. As palavras só nasceram para poderem jogar umas com as outras, que não sabem mesmo fazer outra coisa, e que, ao contrário do que se diz, não existem palavras vazias. E como se vê pela imagem do centro, que é como uma caverna global com janelas que não se podem abrir. O romance é concebido com personagens identitárias nomeadas: Cipriano Algor, Marta, Marçal Gacho, Isaura Estudiosa, que depois passou a Madruga, Justa e Zasca, que se desenrolam com o narrador nos meandros da sociedade contemporânea e atuam com as características literárias pós-modernistas em prol da luz da verdade, da realidade e da coragem de enfrentar a modernidade. O cão achado também faz parte do rol. É tão diferente dos cães de agora. É verdade, um cão sempre fica bem nos anúncios de famílias felizes. Por muito estranho que pareça, tratando-se de um irracional, confere-lhes um toque subtil, porém facilmente reconhecível, de superior humanidade. Estas personagens envolvem-se com outras unicamente designadas, sem nome, pela profissão que exercem, pelo que representam na sociedade moderna, massificada, e pelo comportamento psicossocial. O oleiro olha para o dito socrático: conhece-te a ti mesmo, como se não fosse a quinta e mais dificultosa operação das aritméticas humanas. Na verdade, ele lida com o barro e cria utensílios, obras concebidas e, por fim, estatuetas, mas que, para o centro, não tem importância uns toscos pratos de barro vidrado, uns ridículos bonecos. É que ele é um simples oleiro sem carta de sociólogo nem preparo de economista. Mas é a sua forma de vida para o sustento de uma família e luta com o sistema capitalista contra o qual não tem ferramentas para estar ao mesmo tempo a dizer missa e a tocar o sino. Contudo, é portador de um saber convencional transmitido pelos antepassados e aprendido com a prática e com a sua capacidade criativa de satisfazer as necessidades e exigências dos humanos, como a mulher das barracas. A palavra está dada, foi dita e não volta atrás, como comprovam as suas atitudes. Por fim, aplica o sopro que dita a existência das suas criações e lhes dá a vida do dia a dia. O barro da mulher amassou-se sobre o barro do homem. São outra vez um barro só, à semelhança do Deus Criador, que pôs a espécie humana a habitar a terra de forma digna. A imagem do cântaro, armazém de água viva para as relações mais íntimas que o oleiro oferece à mulher viúva, de nome Isaura Estudiosa, para substituir o cântaro quebrado, ou seja, o marido que morreu, é um cântaro profundo que lentamente se enche. Com ele se dita o enlaçamento futuro entre ambos, e até ao lavar dos cestos, a vindima. Parece dizer-se que Deus te ponha a virtude que eu, por mim, fiz o que pude. Mas ficam-se pela promessa do novo cântaro. A boca é um órgão que será tanto mais de confiança quanto mais silencioso se mantiver. A família de oleiros parece condenada pela massificação da sociedade ao desterro do centro comercial. Nele se ditam comportamentos e formas de vida social aos humanos e assim se desconstrói a descrição proverbial atribuída a Deus, enquanto se subjuga o pensamento à individualidade de cada um. Será caso para proclamar que o centro escreve direito por linhas tortas. Se alguma vez lhe sucede ter de tirar com uma mão, logo acode a compensar com a outra. O centro submete o homem, sem luz do sol, a respirar ar enlatado durante todo o dia. Em apartamentos herméticos e força-os ao fim da capacidade criativa e crítica. Aí temos o ensinamento saramaguiano. É esse o perigo das aparências. Quando nos enganem, será sempre para pior. As coisas simples põem-se de lado, não têm interesse em saber quem somos ou o que é a realidade, tal como adverte Saramago. Não sou saudosista, mas para entender o presente é preciso falar do passado. O centro comercial é a nova catedral e a nova universidade. Ocupa o espaço da formação da mentalidade humana. Os centros comerciais são um símbolo, nada tenho contra eles. Sou contra, sim, uma forma de ser, um espírito quase autista de consumidores obcecados pela posse de coisas. Vive-se em estado de sedução, consumo, prazer e mercado. Um azar nunca vem só e um esquecimento em geral faz lembrar outro. Perde-se a sensibilidade direta para o mundo e para a capacidade humana de viver face às relações sociais próprias das sociedades modernas, pois quem não se ajusta não serve. É desejável termos presente que o bom senso e a prudência, que nestas situações sempre têm uma palavra a dizer, as combinações e composições dos acasos, sendo efetivamente muitíssimas, não são infinitas e que sempre valerá a pena arriscar-nos a subir à figueira para tentar alcançar o figo, do que deitar-se à sombra dela e esperar que ele nos caia da boca. Saramago promove com o desempenho desta família a regeneração humana e reforça com nova atividade para o barro e a olaria. Produzir bonecos com reflexões bíblicas alusivas à criação do homem e destacando a capacidade criativa. A criatividade humana inclui nas ciências humanas o conhecimento humanístico, não o despreza. Uma pessoa não é como uma coisa que se larga num sítio e ali se deixa ficar. Uma pessoa mexe-se, pensa, pergunta, duvida e investiga, quer saber. E se é verdade que, forçado pelo hábito da conformação, acaba mais tarde ou mais cedo por parecer que se submeteu aos objetos, não se julgue que tal submissão é, em todos os casos, definitiva. O homem comporta um conjunto de aprendizagens que não podem ser desconsideradas na atualidade. As sementes também as enterram e elas acabam por nascer. E Cipriano Algor não as esqueceu. Decide-se, não vou ficar o resto dos dias atado a um banco de pedra e a olhar para uma parede. Públio Terêncio já o havia enunciado com um provérbio latino por intermédio de Cremes. Sou um homem e julgo que nada do que é humano me é estranho. Homo sum humani nihil me alienum puto. A prática pedagógica de características interdisciplinares deve comportar saberes e valores dirigidos para o desenvolvimento humano integral. O ser humano deve consolidar uma formação que o defenda das teias que enredam as relações intersociais, porque quanto maior for a parte da grandiloquência, menor será a parte da verdade. O autor parece estar a alertar para a necessidade de não se desprezar uma educação humanística que contribua para a formação de cidadãos autónomos, livres e críticos. A sabedoria proverbial faz parte desta formação integral e Saramago não abdica dela nas relações dialogadas à maneira de Platão. O hábito faz realmente o monge. E os provérbios são a melhor trunfo para a sua argumentação, tornam o discurso mais visível e contundente e dão significado inevitável à linguagem questionando a realidade. Argumentar com o que tem de ser foi sempre uma perda de tempo. Para o que tem de ser, os argumentos não passam de conjuntos mais ou menos casuais de palavras que esperam receber da ordenação sintática um sentido que elas próprias não estão seguras de possuir. Saramago não perde tempo e, segundo Helena Vaz Duarte, em A Caverna existem 53 ocorrências de provérbios que se identificam com o autor e a sabedoria popular. E o que tem de ser, diz o ditado, tem muita força. Nunca se sabe quando uma palavra mal interpretada vai ter como consequência desastrosa deitar a perder a mais subtil e mais trabalhada das dialéticas de persuasão. Já o dizia a antiga sabedoria. Com o teu amo não jogues as peras, que ele come as maduras e dá-te as verdes. O pensamento emanado com a presença de provérbios, ainda que desarticulados da sintaxe própria, enfrenta a perspicácia da escrita do autor. Eles carregam um saber apreendido além do visível, que é solidário e não desprezível. Um amador de provérbios, adágios, anchins e outras máximas populares, desses já raros excêntricos que imaginam saber mais do que aquilo que lhes ensinaram, diria que anda aqui gato escondido com o rabo de fora. Nesta obra é notório um repositório proverbial de certas expressões populares correntes e o seu uso em catadupa, associados à mesma ideia, como neste caso. Cortar o mal pela raiz, perdido por 10, perdido por 100, homem perdido não quer conselhos, desistir à vista da meta, não estão verdes, não prestam, melhor um pássaro na mão que 2 a voar. E, para conclusão, então, a Caverna de Saramago concorre com um conjunto de saberes que despertam para o conhecimento epistemológico e para a formação pedagógica e política, como a obrigação de distinguir a verdade, a vida sobre a alçada da natureza, onde cada indivíduo consegue olhar à luz do sol e observar o seu reflexo sobre tudo o que se posiciona sobre o solo e as sombras contrapostas, conduz à realidade do mundo das ideias. O homem vê-se livre das ilusões. Está em presença de verdades essenciais, expressas pelas ideias ou arquétipos. Sabe-se que a felicidade das pessoas não é uma coisa que se fabrique hoje e de que possamos ter a certeza de que ainda durará amanhã. Porque tudo é possível na sociedade em nome do axioma clássico que prega que a necessidade também legisla e por isso deve-se ter presente que a existência de cada indivíduo é uma constante de todos os dias, que Cipriano Algor não esquece. Já vem de Platão. Deve, portanto, cada um, por sua vez, descer à habitação comum dos outros e habituar-se a observar as trevas. Com efeito, uma vez habituados, sereis 1000 vezes melhores do que os que lá estão e reconhecereis cada imagem, o que ela é e o que representa, devido a terdes contemplado a verdade relativa ao belo, ao justo e ao bom. E assim teremos uma cidade para nós e para vós, que é uma realidade e não um sonho, como atualmente sucede na maioria delas, onde combatem por sonhos uns contra os outros e disputam o poder como se ele fosse um grande bem. A ação da catábase, a descida do ser humano ao submundo, faz-nos despertar do engano e origina o retorno gnoseológico com a subida para a verdade, porque de noite até os gatos brancos são pardos e surge a libertação do espírito, do tecnológico, do massificado e das alienações coisificadas. Há sempre decisões para tomar, portanto, faça-se ao cedo o que se poderia fazer ao tarde. Os inimigos do universo saramaguiano desenvolvem-se com um desafio na busca por entender-se o ser humano ainda o ser humano ainda sabe quem é e se conhece a si próprio, ou mais profundamente, se ainda consegue buscar a realidade ou se já está inserido numa nova caverna platónica. E torna-se difícil inventar posições, porque a lei manda, o costume manda. A caverna apresenta-se principalmente como uma provocação ao próprio leitor, como se o texto buscasse despertar também em nós a consciência desrespeitada em Cipriano e sua família. E é que até a própria ignorância é capaz de ter intenções proféticas. A catábase faz sentido, duas fraquezas não fazem uma fraqueza maior, fazem uma força nova. Com o primeiro passo para o ser humano tomar consciência do seu eu e da solidariedade para com o outro e assim se resgatar da opressão da sociedade. E se o vinho foi servido, vai ser preciso bebê-lo. Saramago, com o cartaz próprio dos modernismos, propõe nesta aventura narrativa que se entre nas buscas. Vai aparecer, no instante, brevemente, abertura ao público da caverna de Platão. Atração exclusiva, única no mundo, compre já a sua entrada. O mundo é assim mesmo. Se as mentiras são muitas e as verdades nenhumas, ou algumas sim, deverá andar por aí, mas em mudança contínua. Tenho dito, muito obrigado. Sei que era um bocado longo, mas...
Thank you. You can discuss with Pires during this coffee break and make good questions to you also. And this was a good bridge to the next presentation because this was kind of political also. So those from India, they come from the Department of Political Science, Bodoland University, and
Ladies and gentlemen, so we are very much grateful to the organizers, especially Roisher and Madam Mariniala. Sorry if I have pronounced it incorrectly. So for giving us the opportunity to be here in Tavira in such a mega academic event. So before we came here, we have come across some few names, which has been informed by Professor Sanghamitra Chaudhary, who happens to be here in 2012 as part of the colloquium, presenting her keynote address. So few names we came across are not in person, but by name. Roisher, of course, Madam Mariniala, and Fionella Williams, Linda Rose Madam, then of course Oti Madam, and last but not least, Sir Wolfgang Sir. So we are very much happy to interact with them yesterday and a lot of other participants. So before proceeds our presentation, as a matter of respect, we are going to show our gratitude by giving us a traditional aeronite to some of the few individuals. So I request Roisha to come here, and Madame Rose and Madame William and Madame Fionella. So it's a traditional aeronite woven by a Bodo woman, and it's an inscription of some proverbs there, which reads, "Sandy soil does not turn into muddy." It's exactly the American proverbs. You cannot, you can take the donkey in the water, but cannot make him drink like that. So thank you, and to the chair, yeah, Oti Madam. Thank you, yeah. Then of course, Madam Williams and Madam Rose. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Now I request our co-authors, Karimda Wari, to proceed with the presentation. So on understanding Bodo society through Batra Bhav. Batra Bhav, in our words, in English, is translated into Proverbs. So I request him to proceed with the presentation. Thank you.
Very good morning to each and every one of you here. And we are very privileged to present our Proverbs from Bodos. Understanding Bodo society through Batra Bhav. It's also called Phao, meaning it will come, may I use? Yes. Here in an abstract we have stated about that Proverbs, as we all have understood, reflects human emotions and serve as a social mirror, and also folk oral history of the northeastern stage. Northeastern in Indian northeastern stage, including Proverbs, is quite rich, and this paper is an attempt to investigate the lesser known but collection of Proverbs of the Bodos, that is Batra Bhav. It also termed as Batrani Phao, means actions of words or words in actions in local community. So this is how, and then we have moral values in which reflects in the society as long as with the history and the heritage is concerned. And we also have a lot more collections of relevance amongst Bodo society in a scientific way at present. And so we have few of the relevance we'll be reflecting here. And as an introduction, we are northeastern India, particularly very rich in Proverbs, and we are traditionally very multi-ethnic and cultural nature in society. We have Bodos as one of the many tribes located in northeast India, and particularly we are located in Assam and just below the foothills of Bhutan. And in Bodo society, proverb is known as Batra Phao, Batrani Phao, also Bhao, and which can be classified as we have classified into certain views and the categorically as we find in the Bodo society. And in world view or universal context, we have some of the proverbs such as when you find Gorai Nubla Singh Bai, this is in a Bodo language, and when one sees a horse, breaks his back, that denotes laziness. A man becomes incapable of walking as soon as he sees a horse. So he wants a better way to move on. And this is about the earthworm, once comes out of the hole, cannot enter the hole again. That is, what is done cannot be undone. And we have few in positive equivalence. In this, we find some of the proverbs such as do marketing at your own kitchen garden. This denotes that one should grow own vegetables and food. It's an advisory to do hard work and to be self-sufficient. So that is how we see. And the other is, yesterday we have heard about Lot, take advice from a gray hair or old person. This denotes that younger ones take advice or to obey the older person advises. So that is how is done Koro Gupurni Busanla. And in the negative equivalence, there are, see, like sandy soil does not get muddy, meaning a man of bad character who commits crime will not generally change his character, but the other people will try to rectify him. And the other is tears down the leaf after eating, means Zaba Zanane Lai Bisigra. This is traditionally Bodos used to eat on banana leaves, and still on we have some areas we eat on banana leaves on festivals and family festivals. Denotes ungratefulness, backbiter or backstabber, means after eating you tear off the leaf. So that is what we mean in that. And again, in positive causational, this is same as we repeat in the other, in the universal concept, denotes laziness, that is the same. And the other, the second one, B, This is about to erect a bamboo post as one sees the tats growing in the forest so that others cannot occupy. This is very usually used in a positive position in place of in the marriage deals. So as to say, the meaning is, as they have come to know that there is a girl of marriageable age in the family, they come with a formal proposal to marry the girl, and so that no one can approach again. So that is related to putting a bamboo pole, but it's a proposal to a girl in a house or a family so that no other can come for the next. Then we have a negative causational. When the mother eats something, the daughter would not sit idle. So this also denotes about the negative implications. When the mother eats something, the daughter would not sit idle. And this is about the cat cannot tolerate when dogs cannot partake of meal. So these are two: when the dogs eat, or the cat cannot tolerate; when the cat eats, the dog cannot tolerate. So that is, besides the Proverbs, we have formal analytical categories. We also have this into the types of animal proverbs, which engage with the use of names of animals. Mauzi is a cat in Bodo, and Suima is a dog in Bodo. So that's how we have in this. And some more animal proverbs we have correlated with other like Muyataya Aganau and Sesayataya. We have this deer. The deer dies because of his footprint. The rabbit dies because of stool, and man dies of his mouth. The fish dies during flipping off water. So this is about, because Bodos are also known for hunting, and they go to the forest, and all these proverbs has been spoken mostly by the hunters, and then when they go to the forest and they find out that this is how they identify, and they tell that deer dies because of footprints, and we have rabbit that dies because of the stool, and man because of his mouth. If you speak out, maybe the animal may attack in the forest. And other is, an elephant pays no heed to a barking dog. And it is understood because we are in the forest side and we have elephants and animals, and our forefathers also speak that when elephant comes, it doesn't pay heed to no one. And so it is like today, we have been told that when something big is going to happen, it doesn't pay heed to no one. The smaller ones does been bulldozed off, and then it goes away. And that is how it is understood. And we have a seasonal and weather related. Like, again here, we have a correlation of the animal and weather. Like a barking dog does not bite. Thunder does not lead to rain. And perhaps my name is Thunder. Karamdao is a thunder in Bodo. And therefore, Oka karam naya hana renga. Means seima sengnaya sengda renga. Orna renga. So that is how it is related. And again, it's related again with the weather, and the thunder does not lead to rain. A woman who enters the house of a husband offhand does not know any work. Here, there is a cultural practice that whenever a man and a woman are liking each other, a woman may just flip in without any formal proposal of marriage or any marriage dates. They just flip into the boy's house. Then the people tend to speak about that, no, she doesn't know any work. So it is like that. So that is the connotation of how it is come into this proverb. Then I'll skip this. And we have done a few very small survey among our students in the university, and how we found out the response of how Bodo students use proverbs and how they expect that how in the daily life. So there are a few set of questions that we have put on in Google form, and they're very quick response that we have found out. And this was one of the question: how often do you use proverbs in your conversation? And in speaking and writing, in speaking there are 2% of uses and only 1% in writing. So that is very poor in among the students. And how often your parents and grandparents use proverbs during conversation? And we have hardly some 25% responding in between the blue lines, where we found only 40 to 50 of them responded. In that, only 1% has responded that parents use, and mostly it is not used by their parents or grandparents during conversation, and that is what the modern present students have responded. And according to you, how often your friends use Proverbs? And here it's 50-50 in terms of 1 to 10 grading, they have only 2, and then 10 to 20 also is 2%. So that is how we found out that still the Proverbs in the Bodo society is somewhere not in use. Then with this, we end more about Proverbs, and usually we have this image of my friend conversing with an old lady, and this is how we traditionally used to have practice and use of words and proverbs in our society also, and therefore the Bodos have a very rich culture, very rich language, and the Proverbs, of course, is a rich, and now it's a very good opportunity for us to understand more about Proverbs that you have already reached. The Paremiology has opened already very far, and we are very behind and we are very backward, that we have no reflection of how the Proverbs are walking around the world. And now we have understood that there are lots more to correlate with other languages and the countries, as we have understood more from this colloquium today, and that is how we are being more encouraged. And in future, we'll definitely let you know more about Bodos through these Proverbs, and hopeful that we'll meet up in the next also. Thank you.
Thank you. We have really time for questions now, and also comments.
Yes.
You get the microphone. Irina, say.
Thank you for this nice presentation, and welcome to Feira for the first time. It's a great pleasure to have you with us. Following your presentation, I see that you will discover very interesting parallels and peculiarities in this proverbial word, and I think you will discover that there are very special proverbs in your language and are those which have parallels in the other languages. So you have a lot to discover, and it will be an interesting journey. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments? Then Narcisa.
Thank you. Very interesting, amazing presentation, and we got learned several proverbs, and with the help of these proverbs, several traditions of your culture. I'm interested in, do you have kind of collections of your national proverbs, maybe with pictures, or are you working on such kind of issues to make it? Because we know day by day, year by year, we are losing our national proverbs because they are going out of use. So that is why we cannot keep our grandmothers, grandfathers, but still we should keep and give to our generation. That's what kind of deeds are maintained right now in order to keep them for our future.
In our community, in some of the religious rituals as tribes, mostly one religion in Bato, they have some resemblance of use of the proverbs when they pray. And so these are the areas that we need to discover more, and because there are specific proverbs that they use while they pray. And so that is how, though the Bato is an animism kind of a religion, so that there most of the moral values and all the advices to the society and the community are being revealed through proverbs in that prayer. So that is how we have to, and it is more encouraging for us to go into these areas, because Bodo proverbs at present need to be correlated and studied more minutely so as to survive as a proverb. Thank you.
We don't have such written archives also.
Yeah, we don't have archives.
Other questions, comments? Yeah.
Hi, good morning. Since many years, we have the habitude to hear Philip Pires, and he maintains a dedication and admiration by José Saramago. And I think every of us would be very happy to hear from him. Why? Because it's all the time the same, but all the time news approach. And it's not easy since many years to present new communication with the same author. Different books, but the same author.
Yeah. This was for Philip. We can applaud Philip also. But then I want...
Obrigado, professora. Obrigado, professora. Mas faz-se com gosto. Não há mais nada a dizer.
Quem é que foi conduzido ao José Saramago?
Foi o Rui Soares. Foi o Rui Soares naquele tempo em que eu não percebia nada de paremiologia e que depois o tempo também não ajudava, não havia tempo e foi-se fazendo. Os primeiros foram mais simples, mas agora penso que já faço muito mais. Já faço muito mais, mas deixo tempo para outros.
Qual é o critério de descobrir os livros?
O critério tem a ver muito com as leituras que se fazem e uns livros conduzem a outros. Depois do primeiro livro eu comecei a inclinar-me para livros um pouco que poderiam dizer alguma coisa, temas de religião. E lá veio perdão. Pronto. E lá veio e agora os nomes. O Evangelho segundo Jesus Cristo, o teatro, aquele teatro de alemão, In Nomine Dei, e o Caim, e são esses os que andam agora neste grupo. E o ano passado, o ensaio sobre a cegueira já tinha sido, e o ano passado, todos os nomes chamam-me a atenção para muito, porque descobri muitos trabalhos feitos de brasileiros, teses, e com esta mesma coisa, que ainda tenho uma série de teses para ler, que me levam a outras explorações e que me levaram e que me ensinaram, de certa forma, que ensaio sobre a cegueira, todos os nomes e a caverna estão inseridos num grupo de 3 que não foram escritos com essa intenção, mas que foram sucessivos. 95, 2000 e este 95 antes. 92, penso eu, 95 e 2000. E são os 3 livros. Mas pronto, deixar o tempo para outros. Mas e a partir daí, agora para o ano, não sei.
Thank you. Thank you also. We come back to India now. So.
Okay. My question is, can you say something about some connections between our religious life and Proverbs in this community?
Though I am a Catholic, and I actually belong to Bodo, but we have the traditional Bato religion, where they have practice of what we call Daudini. Daudini is like Daudini acts like a priest, where recites all the rituals and all the religious sayings through Proverbs. They utilize that in the practice when they pray, and the priest particularly recites such Proverbs, connoting the values of society, moral values of society, and so how they need to advise the young generations, and so on, what evil happens in the society, and so what not to reflect again in the society. So that is how they do this, and therefore that is how we see in the practice of the Bato religion. Yeah.
Another, Lisa from.
Thank you for the present. I have a couple of questions. I don't know so about the Assam. So how many Pudum people in tribal in this area you have? How many people are a part? Maybe you mentioned it, but Matrabahoa, Mudu Tribal Society, how big it is? 10,000, 500, 5 million, something.
Bodo, we are particularly noticed, Assam, yes. And we have dominated in 5 districts at present as a council government under the 6th schedule of Indian Constitution. And predominantly our population accounts to all over Northeast and some in West Bengal, some in Nepal. It will come around, we have, how do I say this in Indian, it is 30,000, I mean, 30,000
yes.
is 30 lakhs
yes.
in India. So
yes.
more about 30 lakhs. So that is how we say, yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's approximately. Okay, then I have another question what came out now when you asked about those old habits, and you told that many of, I'm sure that there are many of you who are Catholics.
Yes.
So is it the danger that old proverbs are now disappearing when a new way to look at the world is coming? In many countries, for example, in Finland, the religion had quite huge, it took over many folk traditions and gave new proverbs from Bible for us. So is it the danger in this connection? What do you think? Just what you think, you don't know, yeah. But what you think?
In the modern times, as we have the small sample survey with the students, and the practice of use of proverbs in day-to-day life is very poor, and present youths, particularly students, particularly they think that, oh, what a thing it is it? It's not that relevant to us. So this is what kind of impact. And moreover, the use of the social media and the reflection in the internet and all the books or the curriculum in the schools, we study a very small chapter in the school days, and that does not carry over in every chapters in the language studies, particularly those who are in the literature. They also do not do so, but in the folklore, they have some area of studies in which they preserve. These collections also involve from the folklore studies. And so therefore, that is how we see that at present times, we need to do more to archive it, to preserve it, to protect it, and that is how we have learned more from this colloquium also, and we'll definitely have to work more on this regard.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have one question myself. When you told that you asked those students if they use proverbs, are you sure that they really know that they use maybe proverbial phrases or this kind of structures?
Most of the students who studies Bodo medium from the mother tongue medium schools, they are aware that there is proverbs. There are proverbs.
Yeah.
They are mostly aware of it, but they don't use it into day-to-day life. So that is what we have experienced. And when we have asked few of the proverbs what they know, so there are very less responses, and there are common proverbs which they have responded, and so that is how we found.
Yeah. So you haven't. How much do they use internet or does this kind of social media, those students?
In social media and other writings, they use very less. They don't use it.
Yeah. Because in our country and everywhere else, it is very often that young people use kind of proverbial sayings under their signature or their just like mottos, like. But yeah.
They don't use mottos. Thank you. Any more?
Here is.
I had a very similar question, because if you speak to many British students and you ask them, do you use proverbs? Because they're associated with religious context, they're going to tell you, no, it's only old people. And then you say, but do you use like this and that? And say, oh yes, we use these sayings or phrases or expressions. So maybe the terminology has altered the results of the survey. I'm curious about that. It's a possibility. So.
same as I meant.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, it's a comment. Maybe the younger people are the Proverbs are associated just with the people who are conducting the ceremonies, the religious ceremonies, so therefore they're the preserve of the priests and so on. So
there are few which they preserve in the practice, but there are other like animal proverbs or like what we have weather connotation, the marriage related, and other social impacts, day-to-day life relations. So these are mostly spoken by elderly persons we find in the society, and so it remains as it is in use mostly by the elderly persons, as we have in the village practice where they converse to such nature of importance when they feel it to use. So that is how it is there. Apart from that, they conserve with the religious practice also certain proverbs they use only there.
Please, again.
Yeah, I have to stand up so that we remember. We always tell that they are the old people, older, elderly people. Many of us have children and grandchildren. In their eyes, we are the old, elderly people, older people.
Yes.
So it is not only the very, very old people who use them.
Exactly.
I have one comment also, that I noticed that you had one proverb where animals, and then there were in this list there was man.
Yeah.
It was interesting because I think that it's not so usual that you have animals that about man and then about animal in one proverb, or in Finnish proverbs there are, so we first have something about animals, then comma, and then about man, human beings. So women also, of course. Yeah. Have you noticed?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah.
In this context, because I related to the deer and rabbit and man,
yeah.
And it is all about that rabbit dies of its tool, and deer dies of its footprint, and man dies of his mouth, is because there are also, there was in a tribal society, still there are practice that when someone speaks evil, and that person is considered to be a witch, and so that is how it relates to that. If you are to that evil, you may also die, because it is how, or in the forest when you go for hunting, if you make some noise out of nowhere, there may be wild animals to trap you in there. So that is how it is used in relation to these animals and man so far.
Yeah, but it was one animal after this man, if you remember your proverb.
Yeah.
A fish.
Yeah, fish,
yes.
Because
this
because
was,
the fish,
it was interesting that the man wasn't in the end of this proverb.
But the fish is in the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe we thank
you.
again all those. And now coffee break is coming, but we have this most important thing here. The diplomas come. And you take also to Sangamitra. Yes. And our regards to her. I get one. Oh, come.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, yeah.
It's so expensive pictures.
I would like to call the persons that received the star.
There is. No, sir, just no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Angla, Angla. Okay. Thank you.
In name, excuse me, only very quickly, in name of the association, I want to thank the delegation from India and please give to our dear colleague Professor Sangamitra our thanks for this good memory. Thank you.
Eyes were soft, touched the moon. Why did you leave me up soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning, in the bed where you're the king. Walking in the sand like nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to write you a song. The sun is going down, I am getting wild. Just can't remember the last time you smiled. I can help staring at you. I'm fine as long as you're mine. Queen of the night, I'm falling apart. You're the missing king I wanted to Please come back to me, my dear, 'cause nothing can keep us apart. Please come back to me, my dear, 'cause nothing can keep us. My head in the clouds, I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed, love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. You give me something that I can't give you here. Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, 'cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. When we tonight my heart is on fire and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the sun is getting higher and I can't help wanting you. My desire keeps growing up and it's getting out of control. Babe, I can't tell you the truth about who I am. My heart is burning, my darling, and I can't rest till I got you. My body's burning, my darling, please let me free.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira, vai começar exatamente com um corridinho na amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim, que era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É a ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Vai, dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vais ser tão Dona Laura como ela.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to go on with our second session in the morning. Please come inside. please take your seats. Yes, fasten your seatbelts, Lisa. And we will start with the second session in the morning now. And our first speaker will be Leah Guy from the University of Nottingham in the United Kingdom. And she will speak about Proverbs as orature in labor rebellions of Cuba and Tobago. And it's the other Cuba today, not the one we will visit at the weekend, I'm sure.
Okay, am I live? Can you all hear me? Bom dia. I don't speak Portuguese, I'm sorry. Maybe one day in the future. But today I'll be presenting in English. And so, as Christian said, my name is Leah, and I'm currently a second-year PhD student at the University of Nottingham in the UK. At the time I handed in this presentation, I was in first year, so that's why it says that in the booklet. As a historian, I can go next. Yeah. As a historian, my training in history and Spanish language inspired my interest to learn more about the history of the Caribbean region. Under the supervision of Professor Par Kumaraswamy and Dr. Jane Marie Collins at the University of Nottingham, I have spent the first year of study working on my literature review for this project. Today's presentation, Proverbs as Orature, focuses on just one aspect of my theoretical framework, which underpins the wider PhD study of post-emancipation Caribbean labor rebellion. So that's the period after slavery, but before the independence and then republic status of some Caribbean countries. And so, researching Proverbs comparatively in the islands of Cuba and Tobago recognizes that along with the shared histories of labor exploitation, culture is also a central part of Caribbean lived realities. West Indian sociologist Susan Craig James argued that culture remained integral to the humanity of workers of African descent in post-emancipation Tobago. My project investigates just one aspect of Caribbean history through the lens of popular culture in Spanish and English. It is my intention, therefore, to contribute to intercultural dialogue across the Caribbean and reinforce the practice of valuing Proverbs as a rich historical source. So this gives an idea of what I will talk about today. The presentation takes a journey across three main themes. In the first one is the project context, where I briefly explain where this idea to look at Proverbs and labor rebellions came from. The second and third parts briefly explore the theory of orature, which is what I'm basing today's presentation on. And I argue that it's very relevant to conceptualize Caribbean proverbs in this way. And finally, the theme of picturing orature presents just one way in which orature can be visualized. How does it work? What does it look like? And then I will conclude after that. So, project context. Where am I talking about? What am I talking about? This project is a historical study of labor rebellions in Cuba and Tobago through the cultural lens of Proverbs. Cuba is in the northern Caribbean region. The islands of Trinidad and Tobago comprise the twin island republic of the country with the same name, and we are in the southernmost Caribbean. Although recognized as one country with some shared aspects, each island, that is the island of Tobago and the island of Trinidad, they retain their own distinct dialect or way of speaking. Despite the physical distance then between the islands of Cuba in the north and Tobago in the south, it is interesting to note that labor migration is a recurring theme in the history of both islands. So raised with my sister, so you'll see her later on, by two parents who migrated from Tobago to the UK, our home was infused with proverbs in the Tobago dialect. So my personal interest in proverbs was sparked after my mum gifted me a proverb collection of Tobago proverbs entitled The Caribbean Proverbs That Raised Us by Mrs. Deborah Moore Miggins, who you'll hear from on Thursday. Engaging with these proverbs was a combination of recollection, learning, humor, and the realization that proverbs carry a wide range of cultural and historical references. So, some more context. One proverb, which is a favorite of my parents, as I say, is a Tobagonian one, which in their dialect reads, "Monkey say what's in your belly is yours." So my sister and I always used to laugh at our parents. Every time we had places to go, they would always walk with food in their bags and extra snacks. But as far as my parents were concerned, having your own supply of things meant that they didn't have to depend on any other people just to get what they need. And so understanding the meaning of this proverbs and other ones, and how these proverbs are then used as guidelines to guide every facet of life, exemplifies what I'm seeking to understand in the labor rebellions in Cuba and Tobago. So which proverbs, these are some questions that I'm interested in. Which proverbs were used in Cuban and Tobagonian labor rebellions? What contexts were they used? What are their everyday meanings? And how did these proverb meanings change when they were then used and employed in the labor rebellions? Some more context. So my interest in labor rebellions then was driven by a curiosity to know if the 1930s were as significant for the non-English speaking Caribbean. I wanted to know if labor riots occurred on the island of Tobago as they did in Trinidad in the decade of the 1930s. And I also wanted to know if the whole Caribbean region had experienced these rebellions in the same way. And at this point in my research journey, I recognized how my own generalizations and biases about the Caribbean were mainly based on my own knowledge of the English-speaking Caribbean and little else. These reflections did not bode well as a historian or as an individual of Caribbean heritage. And I realized that how I investigated, learnt about, and researched my culture and the wider Caribbean had to change and become more relevant. So why would one compare the labor rebellions of Cuba and Tobago? Well, Steve Cushion's thesis from 2012 recognized that there was continual migration for labor between Cuba and the English-speaking Caribbean, then called the British West Indies, which then resulted in the adoption of Cuban trade union practices in the Anglophone labor rebellions of the 1930s. So therefore, it is evident that there is a gap for comparative research between the English-speaking and the Spanish-speaking Caribbean. However, Tobago, even though it was joined with Trinidad, still is, it did not witness the labor rebellions of the 1930s in the same way as Trinidad did. So there is, again, ample opportunity to research when other labor rebellions occurred outside of the 1930s. So therefore, deciding to embark upon this multidisciplinary topic, how to conceptualize proverbs, how do I see proverbs in this instant, was an additional challenge. How do I theorize an everyday practice that is rooted in my cultural DNA? Now, the meat of the presentation. What is orature? What am I talking about? Well, scholars in the field of literature use the phrase oral literature to describe poetry, proverbs, legends, traditional songs, and other types of folklore. And there were many arguments against the use of the phrase oral literature. But today, in this presentation, I'm only mentioning two. First, Walter Ong in 1982 argued for the eradication of the monstrous, preposterous, self-contradictory term oral literature. Ong could not understand why oral tradition and verbally organized materials, quote unquote, had to be reduced to variants of writing when, in his mind, these pieces of oral literature had nothing to do with writing at all. Second, another argument, Ugandan linguist Zirimu rejected oral literature, and this led to him creating the term orature. So he merged those two words together, and this was done in the 1970s. And his definition of orature states that orature is the use of utterance as an artistic means of expression. Cabore described orature as a type of print literature that comes from the oral aspects of spoken discourse, so what is heard by someone else speaking it, which then points back to the spoken word through performance. Other definitions of orature then describe orature as an oral art. It's a form of spoken literature that interweaves performance genres such as poetry, drama, stories, dances, riddles, and of course, proverbs. By continually referencing then the interaction between what is spoken, what is heard, and what is written, what is performed as well, orature then conceptualizes this intertwined interaction between orality and literature. Just like Ong, Zirimu, even though they had opposing arguments about oral literature and orature, Zirimu aimed to draw attention to non-Western orature, which in his argument stands within its own defined parameters and it does not need to be validated by Western literacy. So, understanding what orature is, how does it work? There was an argument then by Muchiri in 2011 who argued that all the types of orature that I spoke about in the previous slide, they actually adapt to reflect people's responses to economic, political, and social challenges and other changes within society. So my project then frames culture as a set of everyday practices where meanings are produced and exchanged between members of a social or cultural group. And that definition is there on the slide. So even though I haven't found out which proverbs are used in the labor rebellions of Cuba and Tobago just yet, I can refer to a number of proverbs in English, just one in English, one in the Tobago dialect, and one from Cuba. So therefore, a Spanish proverb. So I have 3 proverbs which speak to the behaviors of adults and children, and they all have similar meanings, albeit they're in 3 different languages or dialects. So first of all, in England, English proverb, chip off the old block. Maybe you've heard of this one, maybe you haven't. Which just means that someone has exactly the same character, behavior, or mannerism as their parent, guardian, or whoever they have been hanging around long enough. The next proverb then, I heard this one from my grandfather, who then told that to my mum, who then told that to my sister and I, and then my dad had it in the home as well. If it's in the old goat, it's in the kid. What does that mean? Well, if the bad behavior is in the father or the mother, the parent, the grandparent, whoever the relative is, then of course that bad behavior will be found in the child. And the imagery there of the goat, so using that animal, is an animal you see every day all across the island at different places. Grazing, people take their goats to go and graze or to do other things with them, maybe even cook them for Christmas lunch, who knows. And finally, one proverb from Cuba, de tal palo, talastilla. And this meaning, in English, we have that one like father, like son, or like mother, like daughter. The imagery here is using a tree branch and then a splinter of that tree branch just to represent whatever you find in the parent, you'll find in the kid as well. And the last 2, especially from Tobago and Cuba, are just 2 examples of Caribbean proverbs, of which Moore Miggins and Leone, 2 scholars again, they recognize that Caribbean proverbs have this lyrical beauty that, quote unquote, stirs the emotions, bless you, like poetry or music. Sharing these proverbs with their metaphorical imagery and vibrant language creates a lasting impression on the cultural groups that use them every day. It is this impression or proverb legacy in Cuba and Tobago that my study is interested in and will investigate in labor rebellion context of the post-emancipation Caribbean. If orature communicates, quote unquote, imaginative attempts to explain these challenges and changes within the wider society and the universe itself, then proverbs as orature can certainly speak for themselves. So, having understood what orature is, what it does, just a snapshot, how can we visualize this whole process of orature? Well, this final section looks at that. Some scholars have used some models to emphasize the differences between the spoken word and the written word. Two scholars, Finnegan and Kashone, argued that orality is this continuum. And looking at a continuum, it looks something just a little bit like this. Maybe you've seen more sophisticated ones, but I'm not in this field of physics. And this model here of the continuum basically argues that although orality and literacy are at different points or opposite ends of this spectrum, they retain their distinct characteristics. They may interact amongst, in the middle areas, but they still stay on these polar opposite ends. However, I would argue that orality is not neatly arranged as this. Spoken language and written language, they do not rest at two opposite ends of a line. Zirumu's definition of orature from previous slides, it recognizes that there is this constant interaction between the written and spoken traditions. So therefore, my project embraces the fact that proverbs as orature are a dynamic cultural practice. In doing so, I emphasize the intimate relationship between the oral, and the written word in Caribbean labor rebellion contexts. There have been negative attitudes towards cultures that practice oral traditions in other languages and also in different ways to others. Zirumu, as we heard earlier, rejected the term oral literature because oral practices were placed at this lowest rung in this linear development of literature, probably similar to the model that I had on the previous slide. So in Western perceptions then, oral traditions were considered in the following ways, on the left-hand side there. Unworthy of serious academic attention, artistically underdeveloped, crude, produced by illiterate people, and finally inferior to the written word. In the Spanish and American colonial context in Cuba, and then the English colonial context in Tobago, the language and cultural practices of laborers were not valued by colonial governments. James recognized that there was that formal education from the British colonial system in the post-emancipation period worked to suppress or silence relevant, quote-unquote, indigenous ways of knowing and living. By continuing to use, create, adapt, and share proverbs, we can then gain an understanding of how laborers constructed their own identities within this atmosphere of socio-political contestation, in the post-emancipation Caribbean. And as I'm at a conference about proverbs, it feels fitting to end with just two more proverbs. In conclusion, this presentation, Proverbs as Orature, is just one project that has answered a recent call for culturally relevant methodologies in the Caribbean region, and that was made by a scholar called Santana in 2019. Two more proverbs again, one Cuban Spanish and the other Tobagonian, speak of the influence of parents' characters on their children using animal imagery. So the first one we have here on the left is in Spanish, Hijo de gato caza ratón. The meaning, very loosely translated, the son of the cat hunts the mouse, and our Spanish friends can tell me if I'm right or I'm wrong. And the meaning here speaks to the actions and influences of parents on their children. So whatever the parent does, whether it's good or bad, the child will also do. And one similar one that I've heard my parents say, and grandparents too, in the Tobago dialect, on the right-hand side here, every cock feather show any back. And the meaning of that, therefore, is that all the features, whether they're physical or the characteristics and attitudes of the parents, eventually come out in their children, whether it's physical or otherwise. So what can we learn from these two proverbs here? 3 animals, 2 countries, 1 similar meaning. Caribbean diversity of culture, ethnicities, and language, therefore, will be considered in my investigation of Cuban and Tobagonian labor rebellions through proverbs. Theorizing Caribbean proverbs as orature allows Cuba and Tobago to tell their own stories in their own way, and this should contribute towards a nuanced understanding of Caribbean labor rebellions in the Hispanophone and Anglophone Caribbean. Thank you for listening. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Leah, for presenting us our project, and we are looking forward for your further investigations, and maybe you will present them here again.
Definitely. Thank you.
All right. Any questions or comments from the audience? We still have plenty of time.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Congratulations. Is this on? Congratulations. I was wondering if, because you are talking about islands, in Portuguese we have a very similar saying, well, with the meaning, filho de peixe sabe nadar, meaning the son of a fish can swim.
Aha. there we
And I
go.
wonder, like in an island like Cuba or Tobago, do you have anything related to fish and similarities between sons and, parents and children?
So for the Cuban one, I'm not too sure. I would have to ask some friends. But for the Tobago one, I do know an expression that my parents say all the time. So when you're being very cheeky or someone's bold, they say you have more guts than fish. Because I guess, when you go fishing, you have to take out the fish guts to clean them. There's quite a lot. So that's just to say how bold or how audacious or bodacious somebody is. So that's one I can call off the top of my head. Yeah, very interesting.
Because we have such a long coast, I guess it makes sense.
Yes.
But in an island, it would make even more sense, right?
Yeah.
Filho de peixe sabe nadar.
Awesome.
That one.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I really appreciated the fact that you refuse to see orality and literacy as a continuum, because there are more dimensions than degrees, so totally agree with that. And I was wondering, what do you think about the transferability of orature regarding Proverbs? Because in the definitions you showed, it was pretty much defined as emphasizing the artistic dimension, but from a pragmatic point of view, it's, is it always transferable to Proverbs? So what do you think of the degree of transferability to this tool or notion to perimology?
By transferability, what do you mean?
So for example, orality is a very interesting concept, but it would be great to use it for Proverbs. Even in a non-Caribbean context. But since in Caribbean studies it's always associated with the artistic function, I wonder if it could be adapted, or what would the, I don't know, maybe it's a great tool, but does it fit for all contexts?
Okay. So what I'll have to do then, you are absolutely right. So the definitions I did use, I'm yet to find scholars from the Caribbean who talk about orature or talk about orality in a certain way, but they always mention, one thing they mention is the performance aspect of it. So yes, they talk about the artistic way just to show how, how creative people can be with the language. But then I do notice that the performance aspect is one thing that is always transferred as well. So
that would be a good compromise, yeah. That's a great lead.
Yeah, exactly. So I have to do some more digging, but that's a very good question, and it's got my brains thinking, so thank you.
Lisa has another question. Oh, was Oti, have you, Oti, sorry, I have not seen you. Oti first.
From this artistic thing, I thought that are proverbs living in music, in songs?
Absolutely. Yes.
So you can sing something? No. Anyway. Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Then Lisa.
Actually, in Finland, we have made a song of "Enough is enough." Yeah, there it is. You can find it in there, but it was not a question. In Finland, we used. It became a unwritten literature to be used about those things that was orally. Moving orally. And if I remember right, it was Matti Kuusi who found out this concept term. But on the other side, it is very much criticized, unwritten literature. I like it very much because it is the same function as literature has. Yeah. But unwritten literature, it doesn't tell that it is orality or anything else because all this is also tacit acknowledgement. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you, unwritten literature, and proverbs in songs, and the transferability. I remember.
So if there's no other question or comment, once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And we will go on with our second presentation, and it will be done by Sangamita Kuduri and Manjit Das from the Bodoland University in Assam, India. The topic is Traditional Wisdom and Agricultural Practices in Northeast India.
So, good morning once again. So, first of all, I am neither Manjit Das nor Sangamitra. So I am here presenting on their behalf because one of our colleagues, senior colleagues, Manjit Das, he has a problem in getting the visa approved. So he was unable to make it. And Madam Sangamitra, he has a small child of 7 years. So she has decided not to attend. So anyway, so the paper was supposed to be presented by them. But yesterday we were checking when Roy sir told us that maintaining decorum in the colloquium is a very important thing. So Bodoland University does not fall in the grey list. So we just try to occupy the seat present in favor of Madam Sangamitra and Manjit Das. So anyway, the topic is traditional wisdom and agricultural practices in Northeast India. So here, instead of using proverbs, they are using traditional wisdom, but it's the same thing. So traditional wisdom is a collection of basic beliefs, opinions, judgments, predictions regarding a specific topic. The indigenous practical wisdom of the Northeast India shares a very rich. The legendary sayings of Assam, one of the northeastern states, shall be the focal point of discussion here. In Assam, collections of sayings are known as Dakar Boson, which translate to wise wisdom of Dak. Dak here means messenger. So it's a Assamese language that we do not speak. But we are familiar with the language since we live in Assam. And Assam has more than 100 language groups. So we belong to the Bodo groups, which we present in the earlier paper. And Assamese language is the greater one that has been spoken by everyone, especially in Assam. It's just like a lingua franca. But we can speak Assamese, but in terms of academic discourse and all, neither we can read nor we can speak like that. But to some extent, we have the familiarity. So, in Assamese, one verse of Dakar Boson means the wisdom of the messenger says, Ghani Ghani Diba Ali Porbodot Ruba Sali. If you make embankments at close intervals, you can successfully grow sali rice even in hilltops. So sali is a winter paddy. It's a rain fed in Assam, and embankment help conserve water for paddy productions. Farmers who grow rice on the hills have also been influenced by these practices, by these proverbs. So another verse encourage building embankment over embankments to reach a sufficient height to keep the depth of water in the field constant. Many of these wisdom will be revealed in this work, which are still relevant to the agricultural community in the region, because Northeastern India are still not using modern technologies. We are still dependent on the plow with 2 bullocks and all. So that is why still this traditional wisdom and practices has been widely used in agricultural purposes. So this is how we make the embankment to grow paddy in the hilly regions. And that reflects the traditional wisdom that has been reflected in the Proverbs. So this red one is the Assam, and the rest is the northeastern states. It has 8 states, which has been connected by a very tiny corridor known as chicken neck. Yesterday, one of the guests asked about the chicken neck. So this tiny one is connecting the whole parts of northeast India, which has only 22 kilometers corridor. And it is bordered about Nepal, Bhutan, China, Myanmar, and Bangladesh. Again, Ahu Baba, Kajot Buri, Sali Ruba, Begejuri. This thing describes the ways and techniques of cultivating 2 different types of paddy, Ahu and Sali. It says sow 20 seeds of Ahu in the footprint space, transplant Sali in interval of 1 span each. Buri means indicates the 20 in our language, SMS language. Means sometimes we go for a dual croppings. So in that circumstances, what kind of dual croppings we have to do on the basis of the weather conditions? That describes the kind of suggestions for the farmers. So ahur por take pani ita guchi diba jani. This means if water is over knee deep, then transplant the handcuffs of sali at a distance of 1 cubit. That is also a kind of suggestions. Then Guru Sabha Gadoli, Rua Sabha Pua, Zakoi Bote, Suali Sabha Deki Kenekwa. This means looking for your bullocks in the evening and paddy field in the morning, have a peep at the girl who is fishing with the Jakoi and see what she is like. So the Assamese people let their bullocks roam. As I have said, we are still using plows, wooden plows and bullocks. So they roam after the midday. When they finish plowing, in the evening they tie up to get ready for the next day for plowing. The second part of the proverb is not relevant with the agriculture, but it's a kind of related with the social proverb, means how we look at the girls. If you are wanted to marry certain girls and you have to look while fishing, means this jakoi is an instrument of fishing. So I will show you later. So the Assamese people, Jaluk Guhar Pani Mati, Holupuli Ruba, Tinibar Kati. This means it is a good to put the soil to people, bitter leaves and nuts. And once the banana plant bears fruit, then we should cut away that plant and seed the banana plants with intervals. This is also a kind of suggestions regarding how to grow certain plants, by what methods. So this is a typical Assamese girl belonging to a particular Rava community, and that particular thing is a fishing instrument. So during the time of fishing, girls do not go with makeup, and this is where the idea of looking at girls while fishing reflects. Without makeups, you can see the beauty naturally. That is a kind of reflections that I have said earlier. So then, Jodi Boroke Aghone Raja Jai Maghone. This means if it rains in the month of Aghon, Aghon indicates November to December, means the harvesting season. Then the king will have to beg because it is the time for harvesting, and if it rains at this time, it damages the crops. So there is also one Proverbs in Bodo, in our society, that is Asin Katik Paihang, Pisha Panhang, means The November, December is coming and people are ready to sell their sons and daughters. Because during the time of harvesting seasons are granary, which we used to stock our paddy and other rice and all, it got empty. So people are dependent on those who are basically on unorganized sector, laborers and all. They find it very difficult to survive during the harvesting season. Then katol katile tel, am katile gal. This means if one cut katol is a jackfruit, then it will bear fruit from the lower branch. But if one cuts off am means mango here, then it is likely that the tree will bear less fruits. This is also a part of the suggestions to the farmers. How we have to grow certain things, certain crops, certain vegetables, etc. It all reflects within the Proverbs. So lastly, people of Assam are mostly dependent on agriculture for livelihood, and the two rivers, the Brahmaputra and the Barak river, provide the necessary conditions to cultivate. The climatic conditions also backs up the people of Assam to go for agricultural activities. Despite being a flood-prone area, people of Assam provide a good amount of agricultural contributions. Assam, with its history and different types of community, provides a rich traditional knowledge for agricultural activities that are still relevant even after the advent of modern technologies. So these are some of the few references. So thank you, Gazantang. So Gazantang is a Bodo word which indicates thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Sangamitra was involved and sent her our kind regards. I think Sangamitra has been here some years ago. Is this right? Yes.
Yeah,
so
2012.
2012. So our kind regards to her. Lisa, please, first question.
As a proverb said, somebody must be the first one. Yeah. So I stayed with the jackfruit and mango tree. So here it was an advice to a farmer, but I suppose it can be used also otherwise with people.
Yeah.
Yes, so there are some people it is better not to cut, and some people who has to be raised up or something like that, I can guess. But I suppose that also these advices can have another meaning than just a farmer advice. And then on the other side, most of Proverbs has very concrete advice behind it. What do you think? Can it be understood for people?
Yeah, definitely, madam. Yeah, definitely. It can be understood in various different situations.
Yes, thank you.
Based on circumstances.
Hello, thank you for presentation. It was really nice. I would ask how much of these agricultural proverbs in the means of agriculture, not metaphorical as Lisa asked you now, are really in active use today. I know they are relevant, like, I will say so, in Slovenia they're relevant in weather forecasts on the television, for example. It is this romantic view. But actually, people do not rely on these proverbs. It's just something, let's say, some relic of the past. How is in Assam? Thank you.
Yeah, Assam, basically, we are very much dependent on weather. So our agricultural products are not well channelized with water and all, not well irrigated. So we have to be very dependent on the weather conditions. Yeah, so it's a very rainy region, especially during the time of summer. So basically, farmers are not like in the West. They are basically illiterate. But they know the idea how to grow certain villages, certain weather conditions, at what time, at what amount of water should be there. So for me, I think that it is because of the oral traditions. So orally they got this idea through Proverbs and all, because they hardly have any knowledge about books, weather, as Madam has said. So they really dependent on the oral traditions or practices that has been available there.
But now with all the environmental changes, even weather is changing in a way. So does this not affect on the use of
That
this
is why
wisdom?
there's a suggestions that even the king will have to bake. So when there is a rain during the time of harvesting season, basically November and December, like that. So everything has been given some sort of informations. You have to be aware of that. It is not only the farmers that will have to bake. Even the king has to bake when the rain disrupted. So you might have heard certain farmers, they are getting suicide in certain central parts of the India. It is because of the weather conditions. Their crops has been destroyed as a result of hailstorm, thunder, etc. And they are having a huge amount of loan from the bank, unable to repay. So the last option is to get suicide.
Any other question or comment? If not, so once again, thank you very much for your presentation. Already our last speaker this morning will be Josefa Condé from the Piaget University in Luanda, Angola. And her topic is the spoken word and the receiver versus Proverbs in colloquial culture.
Boa tarde a todos. O tema que me traz tem a ver com o rigor da palavra no discurso.
We are just dealing with the word and the discourse.
Na cultura Chokwe, uma cultura bantu, a palavra tem uma força. Dentro da frase, isto metemos em aspas, o mais importante é a parte semântica. O que esta palavra significa?
Na cultura bantu, a palavra tem um significado quando está dentro de uma frase em inglês. In Bantu culture, the word has two meanings. Inside the speech and again, in Bantu culture, the word has two main important things when used in one phrase and the word itself.
O nosso tema está ligado à educação, cultura e interculturalidade.
Our thematic for today is related with culture, education and interculturality.
Nesta vertente, o educador só deve ter uma única palavra. E nós vamos ver as imagens que se seguem, como é que um orientador, um líder, educador na escola, deve ter firmeza naquilo que diz.
We will see some pictures and we can capture how the words are used in education.
Então, nós quando falamos como educadores, a palavra não pode ter uma dicotomia. Quer dizer que a mesma palavra não pode ter dois sentidos.
As educators, we are concerned with the true meaning of the word in order not to confuse all the pupils.
A adversativa mais, em todas as línguas temos uma adversativa mais. Para o bantu, educador, o mais extravia a reflexão e as novas ações da nova geração.
For the Bantu culture, just the educator has the concern with the true word.
Então nós temos um provérbio onde diz Mburi mtou elaquari. Então vem aí a imagem, por favor, a imagem que se segue. Nós temos ali dois peixes. O peixe chama-se bagre. Um líder, um educador, se olharmos para o bagre, só tem uma boca, mas tem duas flechas, tem dois picos. Ele pica até a direita e pica à esquerda.
The educator just must have only one mouth. That means that he must just to fix the meaning of this word. But at the same time, he have at least two sides, allowing some kind of interpretation, different interpretation.
Na seguinte imagem, a imagem que vem a seguir, nós temos ali uma figura de um cão a comer lá no lixo.
In that image, we have the dog just eating on the trash.
A questão, muitas vezes, quando nós estamos pela rua andando, olhamos a hora do almoço, está um cão a comer fezes.
Very often when we are just eating at the lunchtime, at the same time we can look for this kind of situation.
Alguém pode comentar olhando para a figura, porque o cão é um texto, as fezes são outro texto. Mas alguém pode dizer, o cão almoça fezes porque ele gosta de comer fezes.
Sometimes when we look for this kind of image and we are taking some meal, we can think that really the dog is eating what he wants.
A questão, meus senhores, como educadores, a questão não é o cão. A questão não são as fezes. A questão torna-se ela mesma a questão. O porquê é almoço, o porquê das fezes. O cão é uma mera apresentação daquele que ouviu a dicotomia dos líderes.
The image of the dog symbolizes just what happens in our current life with politicians, saying that really they think one thing, they say one thing, but just the situation, the real situation is another.
Porque os líderes, os educadores apresentam muitas vezes uma dicotomia. Eles dizem estar o almoço na sala B ou na sala A. Então, o cão vai vagueando, nem na sala A encontra o almoço, nem na sala B encontra o almoço, então para a lixeira para comer as fezes.
Just as politicians, sometimes they are saying that food is one room or in another room. But at the same time, when we come to the reality, we really don't find neither in this room or in the other room the food. So we have the justification that the feed to this kind of trust.
Na literatura da pedagogia, disse ação, reflexão, reflexão, ação. Então, o cão posicionado nesta paragem, naquilo que ele está a falar, é um texto, naquilo que ele está a comer, é um texto que leva as novas gerações a equivocar a posição dos mais velhos, dos educadores de hoje. Para onde vamos levar a sociedade nova? Será para a lixeira comer fezes ou rever a linguagem para ter um único sentido?
And the idea of the image is also to say what is our position as educators. We are educating people to go to this kind of image, or we are trying to push people for the good situations.
Nós temos ali vários provérbios que contestam esse momento de que a firmeza das palavras tem que ter um único sentido. Por exemplo, eu só vou evocar ali, eu já tenho esse texto tirado e as pessoas que precisarem depois eu posso passar, onde diz que a questão do nariz ter 2 orifícios é a arte, é o artista que quis fazer assim, ter 2 orifícios, porque o nariz é uno. O nariz não detecta 2 odores em simultâneo. Para os que estudam a biologia sabem. É um odor de cada vez. Então, quando olhamos para o nariz, não olhamos as narinas, mas olhamos o texto, o nariz, um único líder com uma única decisão.
Here we have some proverbs related with the thematic of Josepha. And one of them is just that we have the nose with these two entries, because really the smell is not the same in one and the other. This is one whole situation.
Em África, ter mais de uma mulher é normal. Depende da riqueza que o homem tiver e a sua potência emocional. Ele pode ter várias mulheres, mas essas mulheres só têm uma finalidade. Diz o provérbio que o número de mulheres não interessa, porque desembocam no mesmo sentido que o ânus do esposo.
In Africa, it is usually one man has 2 or more wives. But this is not important to have the number of wives, because the direction, the sense of this situation is always the same.
Podemos seguir com outras imagens. Então, para ver que essas temáticas na educação, elas reúnem-se. E temos ali o provérbio. O amanombote kushima mumbengele hata, na sua dimensão filosófica. Isto, de uma forma muito simples, tem Kimbundo diz: enquanto nós vivemos a fartura, que é o bem-estar, devemos colocar em almofada o sofrimento.
To summarize what the proverb said is just that while we are just playing and having pleasure, we must put on this pillow something that for the future.
Nós temos aí algumas imagens. O que é que fazem os líderes? Numa comunidade, o Bantu diz que todos têm a possibilidade de ter um coração, porque o coração é o centro de tudo. Tudo que fizemos que é negativo ou positivo vem do coração. Então, todos os elementos que nos rodeiam têm a possibilidade de ter um coração.
In Bantu culture, the idea is that what we have around us is one heart. So all these kind of animals there, we believe that they have one heart.
O provérbio diz, quando a peso, chacola uli kasumbi, quer dizer que o vaguear da barata é um propósito de insatisfação da galinha. Mas por que isto? Porque os líderes, enquanto convocam uma reunião de esclarecimento para o bem-estar da barata, é ao mesmo tempo que eles mandam soltar as galinhas, porque o dia está favorável.
It's difficult to translate, but of course there are 2 types of animals, the chicken and this, I don't know the name in English of this on your left side here. But meanwhile, they are trying just to give some food for this animal. At the same time, the others are trying to eat them.
Vamos seguir. Então, temos aí os provérbios, onde diz, um dos provérbios diz: quando nós vemos uma noiva a soltar as lágrimas, o sentido é de sofrimento. As boas lágrimas são aquelas que são soltas pelas viúvas, porque a viúva chora por amor e a noiva chora por caminhar para o sofrimento e o isolamento daqueles que amam. Então, vale a pena chorar por ser viúva do que chorar por ser noiva.
And the tears that appears in the ladies before the marriage and the ladies that are died have 2 meanings. The first one is the tears. It's faced with some work that in the future could appear. And the tears from the widows are for the love. So there are 2 different kinds or interpretations for the tears.
Onde não há latrinas, para o último provérbio, onde não há latrinas, as pessoas fazem necessidades fora, ao ar livre. Então, a questão é, quem disser que pisou nas suas fezes, esse é um espião, é teu inimigo, porque anda à sua procura.
when we went to the toilets, not the real toilets as we can understand, but sometimes you know that in Africa they have just some rudimentary toilets, and sometimes people doesn't go to that place, but they do their needs on the open air. And when someone is putting the feet on this kind of material, this is just to think about the differences of level of society.
Então, no fim, temos uma conclusão. Os provérbios sempre existiram. Os provérbios são textos que os mais velhos, nós falamos macota, os mais velhos, enquanto os jovens olham para a fartura do bem-estar, os velhos sentam-se no jango para refletirem o passado quando ainda não tinham comida. Porque quando hoje estamos bem, o mal está ao lado, porque as duas andam juntas. Uma é o sol, outra é a escuridão. Então não podemos falar do bem, esquecendo-se que o mal caminha junto o bem. E os provérbios são um caminho de sabedoria que nos levam ao passado e nos trazem ao futuro. Muito obrigada.
Proverbs exist from century to century and century, and their function is mainly just to put the young people to make some reflection about the past, and because of the will and the bad things they walked all together. So anytime that one old person give a Proverbs is a way to make young people to reflect about the old times.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Josefa, for your presentation, and thank you, Rui, for the simultaneous translation. Although your voice is so down already, I have something for you. Hope it will help you through the week. Any question and comments? Simeon, you already showed me that you have a question.
I have two questions. Josefa, Kushishima, o que significa? Porque ouvi muitas vezes aqui falar, vai a Kushishima, uma coisa dessa. O que é Kushishima? E a segunda pergunta é se naquela comunidade pratica-se o rapto da noiva, na boda.
The first question is related with the word Kushishima, because he heard here several times to speak about that. And the second one?
Rapto das noivas.
If in this culture there is the... como é que se diz rapto? They stolen the young ladies before the marriage.
Noiva.
Noiva é bride, the bride.
Sim.
The bride.
Kushishima, nas línguas bantu, a terminologia nos leva, em Kimbundo, Kushishima tem a ver com a falta o sofrimento.
Kushishima in Bantu culture means suffering.
Mas na língua choque, Kushishima são paragens, atenuações, andar pouco a pouco.
But in other language really means some stop to have time to think.
Quanto ao rapto de noivas, aquilo é uma questão. O rapto faz-se, mesmo até nas cidades. As pessoas que querem fazer cultura às vezes experimentam fazer isto, mas não tem um fim negativo. É algo desportivo, para ver se o noivo, a família do noivo, está alerta ou não. Mas, antigamente, raptava-se mesmo para levar. Eu, se for bom noivo, preparo a minha equipa. Enquanto o meu adversário estiver distraído, a noiva vai comigo e o casamento dá-se, na realidade, para aquele, porque eu já sofri um rapto.
To stole this a young lady before the marriage may signify that is a stimulus for the others just to put things in the right place. But also, if there is a true love, this repetition is one way to say, I love you.
Any other question? Lisa, was it a raise of your hand? No, okay. I was looking, you've been looking at me, so I thought. All right, no more question, no more comments. So thank you once again for your presentation. And I would like to invite the speakers of this last session of the morning to receive the diploma in front of the audience. And now it's time for lunch, I think, if there's nothing else to say. Thank you very much. We see us again at 2 o'clock. Is that right? Yeah, at 2 o'clock.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira vai começar exatamente com um corridinho na amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias, e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vai como ela.
Babe, tonight my heart is on fire and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the suit is getting higher and I can't help wanting you. My desire keeps growing up and it's getting out of control. Babe, I can't tell you the truth about my heart is burning, my darling, and I can't rest till I got you. My body's burning, my darling, please let me free. My head in the clouds, I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed, love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. You give me something that I can't give you here. Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. When we are fine, we see our sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating. Ooh. days were soft as the moon. Why did you leave me that soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning, in the bed where you're the king. Walking in the sand like nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to write you a song. The sun is going down, I am getting wild. Just can't remember the last time you smiled. Oh,
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural, um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Parreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira, vai começar exatamente com o corridinho da amendoeira, em que os pares vão renunciar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu, onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É a ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe. Enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias, e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vai como ela.
Babe, tonight my heart is on fire and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the sun is getting higher and I can't help wanting you. My desire keeps growing up and it's getting out of control. Babe, I can't tell you the truth about my heart is burning, my darling, and I can't rest till I got you. My body's burning, my darling, please let me free. My head in the clouds, I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. You give me something that I can't give you here. Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. When we are fine, we see our sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating. Ooh. days were soft, touched the moon. Why did you leave me that soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning, in the bed where you're the king. Walking in the sand like nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to write you a song. The sun is going down, I am getting wild. Just can't remember the last time you smiled. Oh,
dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral junto à cidade oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural, um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira, vai começar exatamente com um corridinho na amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias, e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia
on fire and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the sun is getting higher and I can't help wanting you. My desire keeps growing up and it's getting out of control. Babe, I can't tell you the truth about my heart is burning, my darling, and I can't rest till I got you. My body's burning, my darling, please let me free. My head in the clouds, I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. You give me something that I can't give you here. Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. When we are fine, we see our sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating. Eyes were soft, touched the moon. Why did you leave me that soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning, in the bed where you're the king. Walking in the sand like nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to write you a song. The sun is going down, I am getting wild. Just can't remember the last time you smiled. Oh,
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como Património Imaterial da Humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural, um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Parreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira, vai começar exatamente com o corridinho da amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu, onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É a ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias, e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vai como ela.
Babe, tonight my heart is on fire and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the soul is getting higher and I can't help wanting you. My desire keeps growing up and it's getting out of control. Babe, I can't tell you the truth about who I am. My heart is burning, my darling, and I can't rest till I got you. My body's burning, my darling, please let me free. My head in the clouds, I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. Will you give me something that I can't give you here? Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. When we are fine, we see our sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating. eyes were soft, touched the moon. Why did you leave me that soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning, in the bed where you're the king. Walking in the sand like nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to write you a song. The sun is going down, I am getting wild. Just can't remember the last time you smiled. Oh,
Dirige de uma outra colega que vai amanhã, Aida. Não era tanto. Eu respeito agora. E eu fico-me sempre muito surpreendida, é porque nós, na nossa profissão,
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas, e no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro Colina Genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural. Um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Há algumas formas de preparar.
Welcome to this session. Our first paper in this session is from Maria Manuela Marujo from the University of Toronto, Canada. The presentation will be about the mobility of ideas.
Or do I have lost in translation? That's very important. Hello, everyone. You should never speak after lunch, I know that, but someone has to do it, so it's okay with me. I had prepared this in Portuguese, but I guess I'll speak in English and translate maybe the few ideas in Portuguese for those who are not so familiar. And my reflection comes from my experience as a professor of Portuguese as a foreign language. Então, sou professora de português língua estrangeira e a minha reflexão vai ser o produto de 44 anos de ensino de português. So I'm very positive and optimistic, and when I thought about the title for this conference, I thought, fantastic, 29 represented countries, they all speak a little bit of Portuguese. That's great. And although I'm going to use a few images to pass my message, some of the expressions will be in Portuguese, comparing with English. So what I noticed when I was in this position of teaching Proverbs and some idiomatic expressions was, how could I translate? Some of them are not easily passed on because they refer to historical or geographical situations. And I just give an example. When it's something hard to finish, we say, obras de Santa Engrácia. There's no translation for that. It refers to a monument that took hundreds of years to be completed. It's now done. But for many, many years, we would say it looks like obras Santa Engracia. It will never be finished. So some of these are really hard to translate. And others, you can find meanings that belong to the cultural of the country you are talking about. Então, eu só estou a dizer que é muito difícil, às vezes, encontrar a tradução exata, porque não tem tradução, como é o caso das obras Santa Engracia. Se dissermos isto a uma pessoa que fala inglês, não percebe nada, não é? O que é isso, Santa Engracia? Então, eu vou começar... Oops, sorry. Eu encontrei este... I found this work from a friend of mine, canja, and translation easy as pie. Canja, probably everyone, even English speakers, know it's chicken soup. And her book is a very in-depth study of Proverbs and idiomatic expressions. She is fully bilingual. She was educated in Berkeley, and she lives in the Azores. She's a professor at University of the Azores. Her site is very well done, easy to be researched because she has both English and Portuguese. And the work is out of Salem, so she put it in PDF so everyone can see it. Okay? Pode ser consultado e é muito fácil porque ela tem tudo em inglês. Então, I found some of this... I tried to find some images, so chicken soup and pie, easy to make. So we say as easy as pie, but in Portuguese, canja. Then I start with a few very well-known ones. Grass is greener on the other side. In Portuguese, it's completely different. A galinha da vizinha é melhor que a minha. So we use a chicken, which is better, you know, the neighbor's chicken is better than mine, fatter, etc. But in English, they say the grass. And then, fazer bicho de 7 cabeças, to make a mountain out of a molehill. So something that, you know, we think it's very difficult, and it's really so easy in the English to climb, okay? And for us, bicho de 7 cabeças doesn't exist, really. So it's only in our imagination. Roma e Pavia não se fizeram num dia. And in English, it's just Rome wasn't built in a day. And during my research, and of course, as you know, if it rhymes, it's easier to be, you know, remembered, decorated. So in the case of the Portuguese, they found another city to put there. It doesn't need it, but it's just to rhyme, and we will not forget. Portanto, a rima é muito importante nos provérbios. No caso do português, foi apenas para rimar que se pôs Roma e Pavia, não se fizeram num dia. Em inglês, basta pôr Roma e já toda a gente compreende o que é. This expression, ficar no cu de Judas, ou em cascos de rolha, ou para lá do sol posto, ou casa do diabo mais velho, even cyber dúvidas, which is a very good tool for Portuguese, you know, questions. They don't know some of the origins of this, and in English, to be in Timbuktu, so it's so far away, right? And we have in the Azores, cu de Judas, where I showed it. Há uma terra chamada cu de Judas, e é lá bem longe, na ilha e nas montanhas. So, é uma coisa muito longínqua e muito difícil de encontrar. É engraçado que os ingleses usaram the location in Africa, so it used to be very hard to go there. Then in English, we say to be fresh as a daisy, and in Portuguese, as a lettuce. Estar fresco como uma alface. So, usamos legume, eles usam uma flor. And that's a very common thing. So, the term of comparison is completely different. 4 olhos veem mais que 2. And in English, instead of 4 eyes, see better than, one, than two. They say two heads are better than one. And here's my husband and me doing a puzzle. It's better the two of us, believe me. Em abril, águas mil. April showers bring May flowers. So in Portuguese, it's a little drier. And in English, it's a little more, Em inglês fica pouquinho mais interessante, fala de flores e tal. Em português é só em abril águas mil, não é? Então, às vezes na parte inglesa eles aumentam o significado, outras vezes é em português. So Portuguese sometimes add an idea and the same in English. I remember, for example, my grandmother used to tell me, deitar cedo e cedo erguer faz saúde, não, dá saúde e faz crescer. In English, early to bed, early to rise makes you wealthy, healthy and wise. So it adds, falo mais rico, mais saudável e mais sabedor. So in English, the meaning is a little broader and, in Portuguese, it's a little simple. Then we have this saying, mandar à fava, or mandar pentear macacos. English, completely different. Go fly a kite. Vai fazer qualquer coisa, não me chateies, não é? Vai à fava, vai mandar pentear macacos. Em inglês tem um significado completamente diferente. Go fly a kite, vai mandar fazer papagaio de papel. This one very hard to translate. No tempo dos Afonsinhos, em inglês, in the Dark Ages, Afonsinhos for us is the name of several kings, and the first king, Afonso the First. So it means a lot to us, like it's in the 12th century or very, very far away. And in English, again, it's a broader, in the Dark Ages, could be, medieval ages generally. Tanto em português, refere a uma coisa que todos nós sabemos, o tempo do Afonso I, mas em inglês manda para a Idade Média, numa altura em que era tudo muito ignorante e tal. Depois esta, minha casa, minha casinha, não inveja a senhora rainha. It was funny that this is not so common anymore, but when I interviewed people in Toronto who know Portuguese, but either were born there or are being, living there for many years, this came twice. Minha casa, my house, my little house, I don't envy the queen. So means home sweet home, my home is better, my house is my house, and the queen, the palace, I don't care. But here in Portugal, I have never heard it. It's really interesting. And in Toronto, I had it twice. Duas vezes alguém me disse este provérbio. Vão-se os anéis, fiquem os dedos. So, you can lose your rings, but if you keep your hands, your fingers, that's okay, it's better. In English, completely different. Better lose the saddle than the horse. So, again, it's a completely different thing. Now, reflecting on this, and especially in the situation where I live, which is a translation of whatever, we say in Portuguese. And I have the opportunity of living in a community that has 300,000 speakers of Portuguese. So we can go to a cultural association, we can go to a shopping mall, we can go to a café and speak Portuguese. Em Toronto há 300,000 portugueses de origem e é muito fácil falar português. Para os meus alunos praticarem português, eu mandava-os ao café ou mandava-os a um centro comercial onde há muitos falantes português. So it's sometimes really funny to hear people translating some of the sayings. And they have nothing to do with the concept. So I found an article in one of the best Portuguese newspapers, Jornal Expresso, telling the story of this young man that in 2012 started a Facebook page, and it says Portuguese sayings. And he was so successful. Look how many followers he has, right? He was so successful that out of this page, just with Portuguese funny sayings, he made a business. Então, este rapaz tem agora um negócio em que vende camisolas, vende canecas, pratos, etc. So he started this business and now is very successful with selling, you know, all sorts of crafts and T-shirts and, you know, coffee mugs. And he has been followed with a lot of interest by people who really like proverbs and idiomatic expressions because of the way he's, you know, translating them. He tries to be very clear, having people drawing and having people, you know, making all sorts of images. Portanto, ele usa muitas imagens, usa muito a ironia e o sarcasmo, e tem sido muito bem sucedido porque cada vez ele tem mais pessoas a seguir a página. And eu vou mostrar algumas dessas imagens. So I'm going to show some of these translations. For example, see Braga through a straw. It's nothing, you know. Braga is a very old city in Portugal, and it used to be the birth of Christianity. And there's a hill. On top of the hill, there's a sanctuary. And from there, people go, you know, to see the whole city. So, ver Braga por canudo. Canudo is the machine, so the you know, and you see that in every touristic spot, right? But the translation, see Braga through a straw, is just a silly way of translating that, right? And then I have this one, I chose this one, Porto style counts. It means contas à moda do Porto. So it's a Portuguese saying that basically says it's sharing the bill, sharing the bill. It's conta, how are we going to pay? Oh, this is contas à moda do Porto. We share the bill. Não é? Vamos dividir a conta. E então, em inglês, that's nothing, right? Porto style counts, it's a silly mistake, right? This one, let's make a little cow. If you say that to an English-speaking person, that's a stupid thing to say. Em português, vamos fazer uma vaquinha means, again, let's, you know, share. Let's put money here and everyone pays, everyone divides, okay? Vamos fazer uma vaquinha. Sim, cooperate. Vamos cooperar e vamos todos colaborar, etc. And then I think this is my last one. You wanted little potatoes with eels. That's, again, impossible to translate. Querias batatinhas com enguias. So if you want something and it's not possible, we make fun of someone saying, querias batatinhas com enguias. But translated, it's the best, right? It's completely ridiculous. And this is my last one. In April, waters 1,000. So, em abril, águas 1,000. So that's the first one I showed you with in April, May flowers, right? So I thought this was so pertinent to, you know, and we heard here about the use of the media and the internet. He has, of course, the audience is mainly young people, but young people are interested and they volunteer to do the right translation. And they say, oh, my grandmother used to tell me that. This is what you mean. So there's a lot of feedback among these 200-something followers that he has. And I think with the very optimistic spirit that I have, that proverbs and idiomatic expressions will continue because it means a lot to a lot of people. Muita gente que não conhece estes provérbios vai ver isto na internet e traduz da maneira correta. E ele tem muitos jovens que dizem, oh, eu lembro-me da minha avó dizer isso, eu lembro-me do meu pai dizer isso. O que tu queres dizer é isto. Então, há muita gente a dar ideias, a mostrar muitas imagens com a tradução verdadeira. So if you go to the Facebook of this young guy, you see a lot of suggestions. Oh, the way you should translate is this. Oh, what you mean is this. Oh, you made me laugh. But the real proverb is that and that. So I think there is a future, even for young people. And I think the media, using this in a funny way, can outreach to a lot of students. In my case, I'm always looking as a teacher and a professor. And I use some of these images to teach. When I was teaching, I still mentor some of my colleagues, and I always tell them, use something funny, to teach an old saying, because that will relate to the students. Any questions? I'll be ready to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manuela. Thank you very much for your very fascinating talk. Are there any questions? Yes, Damien.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was super interesting. I've got a question because I'm not sure the translation you showed are by the authors or you did them.
No. I found no.
Okay.
That book, Ekanja, Easy as Pie, was my main source. My colleague and friend Rosa, she has a whole dictionary, and there are others, of course. When I went to Toronto to teach, I took with me 2 volumes of translations of Proverbs in French, German, and in English. And of course, some of them are outdated. We don't use them anymore. So I sought to look for something recently published, and she really did. She's a professor she was a professor in the University of the Azores, and she gets a lot of American students that have learned Portuguese with their grandmothers or their grandparents. So that was one of her main sources as well.
Okay, I get it. And the one about the little potatoes was translated by the author of the website. Yeah.
Yes. The last ones I found, the website has hundreds. Some of them better than others, of course. And I just tried some of the most common because I thought people would relate to that.
And because you said it was impossible to translate, but I don't really agree with that because maybe I did not get the meaning of the little potatoes, but is it like a wild goose chase or...
The last one, batatinhas com enguias?
The little potatoes with eels.
Yeah. So, ai crias, batatinhas com enguias. It's something really tasty. It's something really, but not for every person. Many people don't like enguias. It's like the snake, water snakes. And it's not easy to find, but like, for example, my husband is from Aveiro. That's the main dish. I love it. It doesn't, because it looks like eel. It's eels, right? So, batatinhas com enguias, it's not for everyone. Okay. But for some people, it's like a delicacy. It's like a gourmet food. So that's why the saying says, crias, it's hard to find something so tasty. But how do you translate that, really?
You need to think.
Impossible.
I think sometimes a good solution is to use anti-proverbs or twisted idioms it can be a solution.
Yeah.
And this brings up a very big debate in translation, because I'm a translator and I teach translation. With Proverbs, it's a great example for do you translate with an equivalent, with a literal translation, or with a transadaptation?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there's a big debate.
Yes.
Venuti, for example, talks about domestication.
Yeah.
If you give an equivalence, it's domestication, you kill the, you don't respect the culture of the source text.
Yes.
And some people are pro literal translation.
Yeah.
So it's more like foreignization. So it's a very big debate in translation.
To complete that sort, I had a friend who just lent me a book from a Japanese, translated to Portuguese. And she said, what shocked me in this book, and she knew I was coming to the conference, she said, the translation of Proverbs from Portuguese to Japanese doesn't sound good. A Japanese, and she has been in China for many years, she says a Japanese would never say some of the things that she put in the book, the mouth of the character. She said, in those cases, it's better not to translate with the proverb, but just keep the meaning. She said, no, it didn't sound that people from Japan would say, for example, sardinhas, use the word sardines. In mulher quer-se pequenina como a sardinha. A Japanese would never say that. Do they know what a sardine is? You know what I mean? Sorry, I don't want to spend more than... Still 1 minute.
I just wanted to highlight that this is a common problem in translation, because in Hungarian there is a term for these exchange problems called Leiterjakob, because there was in the beginning of the 20th century in Germany some hot air balloon competition, and the reporter wrote in Hungarian that they went as high as later Jakob, that's like pilot, but it was the Jacob's ladder from the Bible, the Jacob. There was a blog in Hungarian that from the text of series and films, I forgot to speak English. So that in professional translators in Hungarian, in the film industry and the series, translate things word for word, and it is a problem that I think should be highlighted, because it's very common in every language, and not just in Proverbs. They're just make this later Jacobs, because they don't know that this is from the Bible and not some German guy, because in German the nouns are beginning with capital letters, so that reporter in the beginning of the 20th century just assumed that it was some famous guy he didn't know, but it was another cultural allusion, and this is the problem that we see with Japanese and with Portuguese.
Every language.
I'm very happy that there is another Portuguese website about it, because that blog in Hungarian was very famous and popular. For example, the comedy series Friends, all the 10 series was very popular in Hungarian, but the voiceover, because there is a lot of voiceover in Hungarian, was littered with these equivalency problems in the translation.
It's in every language. Every language has that. Okay.
So, any more questions?
Here. Congratulations for this presentation. You made the difference between meaning and function of the language. In fact, the language is a culture, and on the same time is a part of our life. And when we invite the students to live what we teach with is the effect is in the result is the high level at a high level. What is for example, every one of us, when we translate one text in another language, what we translate is what the inside part, the designation, what we have in our mind, and not the
meaning.
The meaning. No, the significado. Significado.
Meaning.
What we have in a dictionary, and the meaning is the sense. In fact, the sense, the designation of the sense, and we don't change like in Google one word with other words on transliteration. And for example, you use the Americans said piece of cake. The Americans is piece of cake.
Piece of cake.
Depends
yes.
In every country, in every place, they use some constructions.
Yeah.
Fixed.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
So thank you, Manuela, for bringing to us the funny situations that arise from literal translations. Diga, professora Beatriz.
Vou dizer em português e a Manuela vai traduzir. Em dado tempo, os portugueses lembram-se que o dia do turismo era em abril. E o dia foi mudado e foi muito importado, não justamente, naturalmente, que o próprio provérbio consagrava o mau tempo, abril águas mil. E, portanto, dessa discussão pública, inclusivamente no Jornal Expresso, eu acho que é engraçado responsabilizar um provérbio por algo que não dependia dele próprio.
Yeah, it very quickly. So April, 1,000 waters, that was the literal translation. In April, used to rain a lot, and tourism, the industry of tourism, kind of rejected.
25 April.
Yeah. Was in April 25. So there was a rejection for touristic purposes, the importance of the proverb, because it would keep the tourists away if they knew that it was going to rain in Portugal. So this has been a little, then we call Abril in Portugal, la, la, la. So there was another way of advertising come to spring, and Abril Águas Mil was kind of put apart. Thank you so much. I'm very aware of time.
We now move to the next presentation. The next speaker will be Marco Gusset from Germany. And the presentation will be about the link between ancient proverbs and the digital age. This presentation will be online. You can start.
My name is Marco Gusset, and I want to share some thoughts about orality with you. But before I do this, I just want to show you the museum I mentioned last year. I said that I was preparing an online museum for ancient Orient wisdom literature with mainly proverbs, and this is ready now since Easter, and now all rooms are ready. Just a quick introduction. If you type timeless-wisdom.de into your browser, then you will come to this page, and you have the choice between the German version, which is not ready yet, but soon, and the English version. And you click here, and then you come to the main page. Here you will have some explanations about the museum. Here you find the text, later also downloads and more background infos. And for now I just started with 4 texts, with Ahikar, Ani from Egypt, Ahikar from Assyria, Book of Proverbs from the Bible, and then from Sumer, the instructions of Shurupak. These are the 4 texts, and I distributed them into thematic rooms. And here you find the exhibition rooms. 7 halls, topical halls. You can choose a topic. Let's say family and social relationships. You click here, and then you come to a corridor. And in this corridor you find doors, and you can choose here the room you like. I choose words, and then you come to the room. And in each room you have at the top left corner some questions for reflection. Warm-up questions when you enter the room, reflection afterwards. And here you have kind of groups where I put the different proverbs together to a common theme of them. And then you just wander through the museum where you want, stay longer where you like the subjects, and then you can reflect afterwards. And this is just a quick introduction, and if you like, here's also a guest book. You can enter the guest book and afterwards leave a comment for me. I'll be glad about this. Now we come to orality as link between ancient proverbs and the digital age. In my doctoral research, I want to study the educational goals and methodology of ancient proverbs to transmit them in a suitable way into the digital age via e-learning. The gap between ancient and digital times seemed huge, but I discovered several links during my literature review. One of them, which was new to me, I want to share with you. This is orality, respectively secondary orality or digital orality. This term describes the preference of the spoken word as a basis for decision-making and the expression of thought. I ask you to have mercy with me because I share these thoughts with you without having finished my literature review, so everything is still under construction. We will first look at the primary and then at the digital or secondary orality. The conditions of oral communication. Proverbs emerged in times where all people, or the majority, were illiterate. So knowledge and information was needed also at these times, and this was possible only through the oral message which goes around among the people. And people had to rely on the spoken word for decision making and expression of thought. And there are some requirements for oral messages to prevent being overheard or being forgotten or being messed up. And Ong said, Walter Ong, in his book from 82 about orality, he said formulas, patterns and rhythms are very important. Oral knowledge need a fixation in these formulas to prevent falling in oblivion. I give 2 examples from Proverbs, Ahikar 45. O my son, the stumbling of a man with his foot is better than the stumbling of a man with his tongue. And we see here the patterns, the better than, and then 2 parts of the sentences, and stumbling of the foot and then stumbling of the tongue. And another example, an antithetic parallelism from Shurupak, the Sumerian wisdom. A loving heart maintains a family. A hateful heart destroys a family. And also, an oral message had to be close to the human life world. Ong said that instead of neutral terms, oral cultures use familiar terms and actions to conceptualize knowledge. And I read 2 Proverbs, and when you listen to these Proverbs, try to imagine with how many complicated abstract terms a psychoanalyst like Sigmund Freud would have described these conditions of humans. O my son, if water would stand still in heaven, and the black crow became white, and myrrh grows sweet as honey, then ignorant men and fools might understand and become wise. From Ahikar. And from the book of Proverbs, a man who gives false testimony against his neighbor is like a club, a sword, or a sharp arrow. And we just saw lots of terms from the daily life. Also according on, a spoken message had to be aggregative rather than analytic. The oral mind prefers synonyms, clustering of terms instead of analyzing a single term. And Gerhard von Rath, in his book about wisdom in Israel from 1993, he said that the accumulation of expressions of terms can sometimes say more about a subject as a single precise word can do. And I give you an example from Proverbs, the first chapter. And in this example we see several synonyms of knowledge and learning and used in such a broad way that no person can feel excluded from the need to learn. The Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, to discern the words of understanding, to receive instruction in wise dealing, in righteousness, justice and equity, to give prudence to the simple, knowledge and discretion to the young man, that the wise man may hear and increase in learning, that the man of understanding may attain to sound counsel, to understand a proverb and parables, the words and riddles of the wise. And there's also another element orality does correspond with. This is the hidden curriculum, or in other terms the cultural needs a culture has, and that leads them to bring certain subjects into educational system. For example, orality makes messages relevant. Even when writing was available, oral messages could be more important. Jan Assmann said that writing for storage was available, was possible, but the Proverbs influenced the heart, the people. And Bland, he says that the Proverbs, when they are memorized, they are storehouses of wisdom that is available with us, that we have daily with us on our ways, and this helps us for reflection and quick decision making. Two examples how Proverbs help reflect us and how they are relevant for our life. O my son, if you hast heard a report, spread it not. And if thou hast seen something, tell it not. O my son, when thou hast heard anything, hide it not. Ahikar 3 and 5. Or from Proverbs, like a gold ring in a pig's snout is a beautiful woman who lacks discretion. Orality also builds up cultural identity. According to Assmann, oral knowledge connects us with the past and our community. I give you two examples of how Proverbs shape our worldview, beliefs, and how they place the expectations of the community into an individual. O my son, visit the poor in his affliction, and speak of him in the Sultan's presence, and do thy diligence to save him from the mouth of the lion. Ahikar 57. Heaven is far, earth is most precious, but it is with heaven that you multiply your goods, and all foreign lands breathe under it. Shuru Parker. The times in which oral knowledge was important seem very far from our age of literacy and technology, but they are not. There are several kinds of orality. This is primary oral, like we have spoken about until now. Then people can be semi-literate. This means being literate in a mostly oral culture, but not very confident, relying more on an oral communication. And also there is secondary or digital orality, we will look at soon. There may be an orality literacy division between East and West in the world. But according on, both aspects appear in both cultures. Every culture has at least some contact with writing, and every culture preserved aspects of primary orality. And orality even reconquered the West. This is the main subject for today now. And Ong said in 1982, electronics turned us back into a kind of orality. And this was in a time when electronic media was only radio, television, video cassette, and not the internet and social media as today. A youth study from 2018 said that for teenagers, as information medium, YouTube became more important than Wikipedia. They want to hear or see an information instead of reading it. And Mardinger observed in 2010 that Christians base their faith more on storytelling, drama and music, instead on written texts. He says, the world is moving increasingly toward non-literate forms of communication for the diffusion of messages, even with, or perhaps especially with, the availability of today's advanced technologies. What is the reason that this could happen, that a digital culture became oral again? Ong says there's a similarity in style and function of digital media and primary orality. This is the use of formulas, the concentration on the present moment, and fostering a sense of community. But the groups today become, through the digital media, social media, much larger. And there's also a difference between primary and secondary orality. Oral people needed to memorize an information. Today we know where we can find information. We don't need to memorize it. And we can repeat audio and video anytime as we wish. Oral people had to rely on the spoken word and on their memory. We as digital literates decide to be oral. We know reading and writing well, but we prefer oral communication. For example, we record messages on our smartphone. We speak messages instead of writing them or writing emails. And media are much more appealing than written text. In education and job, we are increasingly confronted with online text. But as Niederhauser explains, online text is very demanding. For example, when we read a text in the web, we have occasionally hyperlinks, the possibilities to jump to another page somewhere where further information awaits us. But we have to decide always, do we want to have this or that information, where to click? And then when we gather this information, we have to integrate all these several pieces of information into our pre-knowledge. So this is very demanding, and the reason why many prefer oral messages, oral communication. Some examples of social media messages. And then we see how close they are to Proverbs. Clarity trumps persuasion. Social media is about the people, not about your business. Provide for the people, and the people will provide for you. And let's look at the hidden curriculum regarding orality. Digital orality also provides somehow identity. When we look at social networks, we see that there are different kinds of networks. Porter compares social networks with virtual communities. Both are in the internet. But the social networks more exchange informations and gather around a single person. So these networks are quite egocentric, and a very personal interest is in focus. Virtual communities are a bit different. They also exchange information, but the focus is a shared, a common interest all participants have. This may be a passion or a hobby. Members of Facebook, a social network, they are often decreasing because there is a lack of such an interest, a shared interest. And what a flourishing network needs, Porter says, is not only interaction, but also passion about a shared interest, like in the virtual communities. This gives identity. And millions of people can spend lots of time in the strangest networks, as long as they are meaningful to them. And I give you 2 examples of Facebook groups. They seem strange, but they give meaning, identity to the people gathering there. One group's name is Accomplishing Something Before the Microwave Reaches Zero. And there are 1,300,000 people sharing about how they can use the time in a meaningful way when the microwave counts backwards and the food is ready. Another group, that moment of shame when an automatic door doesn't open for you. And there are 150,000 members in this group, and they share about this subject, and they seem to have problems with that. So this is a self-help group with a common interest. And digital orality also provides relevance for the daily life. We mentioned YouTube, and YouTube has become the first address of problem solving. We are searching for videos because we want to solve a problem, and I also often do it. For example, regarding computer problems. Adult education. André Gauger knows how important it is to incorporate in education that the adult wants to learn what has relevance for his situation and brings him further in life. This is the need of the adult learner. And Bland mentions self-help books. These years, millions of self-help books are being sold. And they disguise their advices in proverb shapes. They appear as wisdom or proverbs. But often they don't really make us think critically. But they reach the people. And Bland says that our thinking, decision-making and communication became more and more proverbial instead text-based. Now I come to the conclusion. As with Proverbs in ancient times, people consuming proverb-like messages in the digital realm are seeking identity and meaningful community. also knowledge that is relevant for their life. The digital orality has some differences to the primary one. As digital media can be watched or repeated at any time, they are not memorized as proverbs and maybe won't affect our thoughts that much. The structure of most proverb-like messages in the social media seem not to be as thought-provoking as proper proverbs. And Healy and Woods say that technology alone can't lead to a cultural memory, authenticity, and understanding. It needs people and thoughtful communication. At the end, I want to give you a few suggestions how real proverbs can gain influence again and enrich our digital culture. Why not starting a Facebook group where we share meaningful proverbs and the lessons we drew from them? Why not sharing meaningful proverbs that give additional insight to current events to anybody outside of a certain Facebook group? Why not encouraging students to create a proverb with content of subjects they are engaged with? This deepens their understanding. And this idea is derived from a found proverb of Brookfield, from his book from 2013 about teaching adults. Another method that could be used in an online meeting of a proverbial network. I translated this as biography-oriented catechesis. This is used by the Catholic Church, at least in Indonesia. This was the setting I read. And they use it to strengthen spirituality and social justice. It works like this. Within a group of participants, someone shares a situation of his life. Then others can suggest a biblical text, or in our case a proverb, which is being read, and the first person can reflect on it. To sum everything up, the application of the text for the mentioned situation is formulated, summarized. This was Christian background, but if we use proverbs as textual basis, this practice can connect everyday reality with proverbial wisdom. So much from me. We are at the end now. At the end you see the resources, and I copied here a QR code for you on the screen. And if you like, you can scan this QR code. I prepared the website, and you will reach the website with this code when you use a smartphone to scan this. And it leads you to a site where you can watch the video again or read the script, or you can leave a comment for me. This would be great, so we can stay in touch a bit. Thank you.
So our speaker is not online, so questions are not possible. But if you want, you can write it down, and we will email them to him. So let's move, and now it's my privilege to introduce Lucie Dolejalova. Her presentation will be about the remarks made by medieval scribes at the end of medieval copies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you also to Rui and Marinella for the whole organization. It's a pleasure to be here. And the first time I spoke about medieval Latin proverbs, which are not quite proverbs, have little to do with any folklore. Last year, together with Michal Kovář, who is very sorry not to be here and sends his regards, we talked about the oldest Slavic collection of proverbs, Proverbia Flaškonis. But this time I will get a little bit farther from Proverbs, but I hope it will still be interesting, and there will be some Proverbs eventually. I would like to present my new project, which is about the space in the medieval manuscript, which is at the end of a manuscript copy. So a medieval text production was handwritten text production, very demanding work. And when the copying was over, the scribes often edit some remarks of their own. So after having to stick to a model for a long time, there was this sort of space for them to innovate, to make jokes, to be creative. And I would like to concentrate on this space now. This space is partly explored. The part that is explored is when the scribe leaves a name and writes when and where he wrote the text, when he copied the text. It is called colophon. And these types of additional remarks have been quite well researched, exactly because we are interested in that for the textual transmission, like when and who copied it, under what conditions. So this is just an example of such a colophon where the scribe is telling us where and when he did it. And the reason I put it is that you see that also visually this is different. On the manuscript page you can see that the copying part is over and now some other special part is here. You can actually see that the scribe, this is his name, Krucem de Telč. So his name is much bigger than the name of the actual author. This is a commentary on Aristotle. So Aristotle is like this and the scribe is like that. But these colophons are not the topic for me. Although sometimes they are quite creative. Like this one, we have a sort of 3 layers. We have the, sorry, I just move it. We have the original scribe writing when and where he wrote it. Then Crux of Telč, that's still the same scribe like before. He was quite a graphomaniac, and he is the scribe who also copied the Proverbia Flaškonis, so he's important for proverb history too. He writes that it was actually copied for him. And then he went through the whole text and corrected it, so he added yet another remark dating when he corrected the text. Here, Crux, again, you see the page. So this until here, this is the copied text, and then we have some additions. Crux writes that he bought the manuscript for himself and he paid for it with his own money. But when we look a bit up, there is a note, sorry, there is a note, give the illuminator a sheet or a cone. So this is already what I'm talking about, okay? That this space is being filled with notes that we don't get it. So what does it mean? Does it mean that the codex is not very nicely illuminated, or is it just something else and we don't quite know what? The thing about these scribal remarks, there are many and I will show you many, is that it's really difficult to decide whether this is a formula or it is some personal emotion, because the scribes often write about how tired they are now, how they want to drink, how they are hungry, how they want to get a kiss from a girl, etc., etc. So it really sounds genuine, like, oh, he copied so much and now he expresses his emotion. On the other hand, it is so formulaic. These texts are total formula that they are repeating with some changes, but it's really the same. So there is this tension between it being genuine emotion and being just taken over formula. This is an example of it. Heu male finivi, quia melius nescivi. I finished badly because I was unable to do better, and then variants of it. So the last one, heu male finivi quia merdam scribere scivi, no, because I was able to write just shit. So again, vulgarisms, very frequent. Some humor, a lot of contrast, a lot of parallelism, and also some linguistic innovation. So I will just go quickly through the various themes that appear. Like this continues from the previous one, that the scribe is not so happy or is worried or concerned about his work. I just read the Latin so that you hear the rhyme, but you can read the English. If I wrote it well, I would have included my name. But now I don't want to, I wanted to read the Latin, because I want to learn better. Or, ne scribam vanum, duc virgo Maria manum. There is a lot about the scribes telling how difficult it is to copy, how, everything hurts them. The tres digiti scribunt et totum corpus labora, this is a common phrase they always write. So only 3 fingers are engaged in copying, but the whole body, the brain has to work, and you sit in an unpleasant position, etc., etc. So this is one of the common places that they always are happy to stress how hard work it was to actually copy the text. And now we come to this to the relief. Okay, so they are libro finito saltat scriptor pedeleto, or comparison to the sailor reaching the port to actually getting to the end of the copy. There is a lot. The scribes always want you to pray for them or to be remembered. So again, you can feel that there is some similarity. Usurus libro scriptoris quoque memento, scriptoris libri memorentur eo fruituri, qui libro frueris, peto scriptoris memor eris. But more frequently, they just want money or drink. So this is example how they want money, and this is again phrase we find everywhere. Finis adest operis, mercedem posco laboris. Or they want to drink. Explicit hoc totum infunde da mihi potum. With various variants. So in the second one, he doesn't just want to drink, but he wants to get a beer, and it's a vernacular. It's the Czech pivo. Some of you might know that replaces here just the general drink. And here, even more peculiarly, we have chleba. Give me chleba. Chleba is bread. So, poor, give me bread. That is not so, doesn't sound so great, but okay. And still, again, it's a whole space. So there is the name of the scribe, and there are other things. Also, for example, the scribe is complaining that he had a headache. There are frequent threats if you steal the book. Again, this is more like a formula, but some of them again include humor. So, like the last one, you shall not carry the book away unless you give me 5 coins. As long as my purse rings, Anka gives me something good. So as long as I am rich, the girl likes me. Now we come more to the experiment phase. Okay, you can see this does not look like normal writing. It's a code, and it's a very simple code. So the strikes are the order of the vowels. So each P is actually a vowel. With 1 strike, it's A. With 2, E, etc., etc. So they do use codes, but it's never something very complicated. It's very easy to read. In this case, the reason I put it is a phrase that I have actually found already in 15 manuscripts, etc. babastara, etc. old hag. Okay, so what what does it mean? And it's definitely not an error. Here it is here, and here it is again. And we have really many examples of this silly phrase at the end of the manuscript copy. So I just run. You can always try to find it. Maybe I will not show it always. But you see that it is like, what? Why old hag? Like, what does it mean? Is it still the topic that the scribe wants money or to drink or to eat, or he would like an old woman, old ugly woman? Probably not. So it is, but yet it is something about the materiality. So I was speaking on the one hand that these texts are very formulaic, but on the, and there is rhyme and parallel, and they are short, etc. So we could compare them to Proverbs. On the other hand, they are radically different from the proverb because they always bring you to the actual moment. It always stresses that now I don't copy the text, I am here. I am here, hungry, thirsty, I want sex, my body hurts me. So it's always about what's actually happening now, and it's really a lot about not about the ideas like the text was until now, but about the body. So that, beside the fact that Baba Stara rhymes with etc., might be somehow, it might somehow point to the passing of time, to the fact how the body is passes. So we have more Baba Stara, but I will run through them. Again, with some variations, like the last one has Babka Stara, which is a small old hag. And we have an example of how the Baba Stara can appear. Okay, so this is the Czech translation of the Travelogue ascribed to John of Mandeville. And John of Mandeville was including various stuff, and in this case he includes something what he called Chaldean alphabet. So in the first manuscript there is the Chaldean alphabet. In the second manuscript, you see, there is just a blank part because the scribe either did not believe this is Chaldean alphabet and he would be completely correct, or he just was not sure how to actually copy, so he just skipped it. And then we have this manuscript, which also doesn't have the Chaldean alphabet, but has there etc. Baba Stara. So instead of the Chaldean alphabet, he just puts there this this note. Often these scribal remarks combine Latin and vernacular. And the vernacular they use is often weird. There are words we don't find anywhere else. Like this one, drkule. We don't know, okay? The old Czech specialists don't know at all what it means. Drkule a na konci ocas, drkule and tail in the end, whatever. like we have no idea what this is supposed to mean. It's again, is the scribe just playing with us, or is he just, just like so happy that he doesn't have to copy what is in front of him, that he just becomes creative, innovative, and just is having fun. Now we finally get to this space which actually includes a proverb. That's the last line. Dum cor non orat in vanum lingua laborat. As long as you don't pray in the heart, the tongue is trying in vain. So you need to feel it in your heart and not just in your tongue. Again, this is the medieval Latin type of proverb, so it's still not what you would want to see for a proverb. But let's have a look at this space, okay? It combines Latin and Czech. It comes to, so we have this what we already know. The scribe wants to get some money. There is a threat. You will not take the book away, but not if you pay me, but the scribe wants a girl. He wants a girl called Hanka. Okay, so you cannot have this book unless you give me Hanka. This is just a normal end. So the text was Bisches de Consolatione Philosophiae. So this is just what he copied. Suddenly, he addresses the Hanka. Beautiful, my beautiful, beloved Hanka. Okay? Then this is a normal colophon, when and where the scribe copied it. Then, who steals you will be put on three beams, so will be killed. And then, if you want to shit, you need a straw. If you don't have a straw, use your nose for your buttocks. And then, whoever says that I did not do this well should write it himself better. Okay, and then we have the quasi-serious proverb about feeling your prayer in your heart. So this is what I am really interested in, and I am still at the beginning. There is a lot to do, but this space has really been unexplored. It's often noted that no, and then there is a funny remark, and that's it. But there is not a real not a real overview of all these types of scribal remarks, except for the colophones that are always put aside. But as you see, it's actually interconnected. This really works together. It really occupies the same space, and I think it should be approached in the same way. As far as the inclusion of proverbs here is concerned, it seems like really random. I am not able to connect the content of the proverb used to the text copied or to anything else. Here is just one example. At the end of a copy of a serious text, it's a devotional text about, it's called De Tribus Punctis Christianae Religionis. So at the end of it, the scribe just adds, against every vice you can, O man, expect a conflict and become the winner, except against a woman alone. Why? Because it is she who makes fools of wise men, destroys saints, conquers the strong. So we find everywhere anti-feminine proverbs. It's like everywhere throughout the Middle Ages. It does not mean anything. Why it is exactly here that the power of evil woman, we have no idea. And so I am afraid I am not able to to bring any super theory about the strategy of employing proverbs in this particular space of medieval manuscripts. So I am going to stop here. This is yet another little remark by Crux of Telch. Qui librum aperit et posteanon bene claudit, ili propina maxima merda canina. Who opens a book and doesn't close it properly should get a huge dog's shit. So I'm closing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy, for your very detailed speech. I wonder if there are any questions. Irina?
Thank you, Lucy, for your presentation. I always enjoy your presentations. It's very interesting, even if it is not connected so much to the Proverbs. But anyway, I enjoyed. What is your solution for this babka stara? I have an idea.
Yeah?
Because it's like a kind of poem. Because, for example, what do you say at the end of the fairy tale in your language? In Hungarian, we say, itt a vége, fuss el véle. That's the end, run away. In Russian, we say, вот и сказочки конец, кто слушал, молодец. It's quite a usual poem that you use when you finish a story. It is my feeling.
Yeah, but if you say кто-то слушал молодец, that's somehow still connected, you know, like...
But it's okay, anyway, yeah. But it's because of the rhyme.
Definitely the rhyme is very important. So I was actually looking into this. I was looking at the space after etc. And it's really interesting. There are...
Etc. babka stara.
Yeah, but for example, there are in German-speaking environment, very frequent, there is punchu, buntschu, etc., etc., buntschu, puntschu. And then even in some overviews, there was that the scribe's name was puntschu or buntschu, which is weird. It's really like buntschu, like a shoe that has some laces. So, And then I realized that it is from punctum, etc., punctum, etc., full stop. And then they just play with the word punctum and just do different things with it. But another possibility for after etc. in German-speaking environment is Rindfleisch. And there I don't know anymore, like etc. Rindfleisch, like what, you know. But again, it is the materiality. It might be, so it's the meat of cow, no? It might be connected to the parchment, you know, that the parchment is the skin of the animal, so it's like somehow connected. But, I mean, this is really not clear. Or there is, etc. in Czech, kačka, which is a name like Kateřina, but kačka they frequently use for the feather with which you write, for the tool with which you write. And then I found somewhere else, kačka, nechaj mě prosím, so kačka, leave me alone. So it's like I'm throwing, so either, oh, Catherine, just go away, which is not so likely because the scribes always want the girls, or like I am throwing away the pen, I had enough of the copying. Yeah. So the link is really the materiality, the body, you know, but why exactly that and not something else? It's, yeah.
Didn't you think about that it may be, on one hand, a wordplay, but for me, this Babastara thing, it conceptualized some ancient animalistic concepts. Yes, the witchcraft, the pagan.
Definitely. So, yeah, I wrote also one article, Nemini vetula placet, in search for positive representation of old women in the Middle Ages. Because really, old women, it's really, you know, it's really unnice for us to feel this today, but it is really like a useless thing, you know, that when the woman loses the power to produce children, it is really like, you know, while for men it's okay to be old, for women it's really, but then there is the power, then there is the witchcraft. So there are so many stories how they can fool clever people with their wit, but it's not. It's usually not a moral, you know, some like moral superiority. It's actually like you should really be careful when you find an old woman because she will want to destroy you. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Professora Beatriz?
Thank you.
Thank you. In what context, a curiosity, in what context are you developing this study? It's in a group of research, it's for teaching, only for the purpose to present in this?
No, this I mean seriously that it would deserve a bigger project to make a real overview of these phrases, because really to show the formulaicity and also how it gets adjusted. So you could see just a tiny little example of it, that the formulae are similar but not quite the same. So it's like a really interesting space of this. And even this study on the etc. Babastara showed some nice links. So I have a team, and I hope we will manage to do something bigger. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I use my students. Yeah, because I always try to find something shorter for my students to work on because they can't edit too long texts within a seminar. So this is actually a great thing that each of them can do a bit, and then when we put it together, it works.
University, social science university?
It's medieval Latin.
Medieval. Oh, okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Jonathan.
So I'd like to join my voice to the thanks for your paper. I had a random idea about etc. Stara Baba. Could it be like lorem ipse? Could it be just a space filler?
Definitely. I mean, that was my point. That also with the example of the Chaldean alphabet, you know, it is a space filler, but still, like you can write A, B, C, D, E, F, G, E. So you can still fill the space with number of things. So you still make a decision for the old hag. And not young boy or...
But you still make a decision for lorem ipsa. It's conventional, it's not actually a choice.
Yeah, exactly, but it's not conventional always. It's conventional in the 50s of 15th century. So in Bohemia, obviously. So it appears somewhere for some reason, and it's taken over also for a reason. So it's not like a space filler throughout Bohemian manuscripts from the Middle Ages. It's a space filler for a time. So there are still things to find out, I think, about it. Thank you.
We have time for one more question. No more questions. Okay, so thanks to our speakers once again. Now I would like to call all the previous speakers to the front for the diploma ceremony. We will now have a coffee break. We restart at 4 o'clock.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Oh. Hello, everyone. I'm very glad to invite you all to this last session of today. And I think that it will be a very interesting session, I'm absolutely sure. And we have three presentations. The first one will be Sasha Babic from Ljubljana, from Slovenia. And Sasha Babic is a fellow researcher in folkloristics at the Institute of Slovenian Ethnology. Very good specialist in short forms of folklore, in proverbs, of course. And today she will speak about predators as a characterizing element in proverbs. So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, hello, also from my side. First, before PowerPoint is ready, I would like to express my gratitude to all the organizers of this conference. It's not only this time that I'm very thankful to be here, but actually that it is organized every year. And this conference actually can be a beginning of very good partnerships, friendships, and for me actually it was a jumping field for my career. I came here for the first time when I was a PhD student. I met Piret Volait, and from then on we have really good cooperation with Estonian Literary Museum, where I also got my postdoctoral research, and now we are together in bilateral projects. So I would like to say thank you very much to all the organizers, because this is of immense importance for our research to be connected. So my presentation will issue the predators, but first I would like to emphasize that actually this paper that I'm presenting today is somehow a mixture of two projects that I'm involved in. First project on which I am extremely proud of, because it is my project actually. It is traditional permeological units in dialogue with contemporary use. And you just for intermezzo, you see the photo on the top. I don't know, from the last rows it's really badly seen, but it's actually proverbial memory. Within this project, we created the game Memory with the cards, but it contains proverbs. So one part of the proverb is on one side, the other part is on the other side. So people can either learn proverbs that are not as known as, I don't know, an early bird catches a worm or something like that, or they can mix different parts of proverbs, and actually they can create, let's say so, anti-proverbs, but it's actually mixture. It's something that's completely new and funny. Anyhow, one of the important things of this project was also that we have put all the archive from Slovenian Institute of Slovenian Ethnology. All the proverbs we put on Clarin repositorium, so everyone can get those proverbs. The original archive consisted of 58,000 plus something units, and then we had to go through it because we have downsized the number to 36,461 units. There were many riddles inside, or let's say these songs, but just one sentence of the song, or aphorisms for which we knew that they were aphorisms and they were just put in there. So we downsized quite a lot. And just to show a bit, you cannot see very well, but I can tell you that the first circle is from where the proverbs are, and the blue, the biggest part, is from the collections of proverbs, which is always questionable if you ask me. And the red part is from print, like newspapers and so on. And another circle is on how many words are in the proverbs. And the most proverbs contain 6 words, and the second most often is 7 words. But a bit on the other project that I'm also that this presentation would go in is Thinking Animals. It's from my colleague Marietka Gulaš-Kaučić. It actually deals with large carnivores as top predators, and they predicted that, or we predicted they, of course, ensure biodiversity. The positive effects of large carnivores on ecological process and their role in the ecosystem is increasingly recognized. Moreover, large carnivores are gaining new roles in various other areas of human activity. Their presence provides people with educational and research opportunities. It affects recreation activities of the areas, creates opportunities for dialogue between different groups, etc. Whereas my part in this project is, if I cite Richard Boulay, the use of folklore in thinking about animals within the context of the development of human cultures is essential. And Sabina Maliocco too believes that folklore can leverage the development of even more sustainable models of human-animal relations in the context of planetary sustainability. So then if we go on the topic that is actually of our conference, my grounding start is, of course, that language is the storage and carrier of culture, which was told many times already on this conference. Mankind continually creates and engages the reflection about oneself. The same way as our world is reflected in language, the language in turn shapes our world. And as I have focused to short folklore forms, of course we all know what they are. We are here especially for proverbs, but in this project I actually include also riddles and swear words and incantations and all other, let's say, formulaic short parts of folklore. To analyze it in this project, as well as in my project, I use semiotics and ethnolinguistics, because they both can give me a good methodology for diachronic insight into the human relations to animals, and to see what are the social stereotypes that create the map of the world, the concepts, and different viewpoints. If we continue, animals in proverbs, we cannot say that it is a new topic, animals in proverbs. My first article that I have read about animals in proverbs was Krickmann's article, actually. But I must say that the most inspiring article was Outi Hakanga's article, because it contained so much bibliographical data in there and commentary on the previous articles that I did not know. So Outi, thank you. What I think that is of great deal or very important in Krickmann's article is that we can see the processes of parallel personification, weather predictions, and formulas like X is always X. He shows really well. If we go in general about animals, of course the animals in Proverbs are domestic animals as well as wild animals. Domestic animals prevail. Most of them contain some animals that are in the house or in the near surrounding of the house. And I think that it shows that animals were all over observed and further characterized by people. Texts show quite a lot on it. I must say that Slovenian proverbs in general contain lots of dogs, cats, birds, and cows, the most. But in this paper, I wanted to look into wild animals, into predators, or we call it also beasts. It does not have the same connotation as in English, zveri. So I took this Clarin repositorium. Those linguists who use Clarin know that it is really good. It has really good tools how to research the material with different combinations, like word vogue, it's wolf, with, for example, adjective, and then you get the adjectives that are connected to the word and so on. So this is just two photos of how it actually looks on the internet. But let's go to the first one. To be honest, bear is the first predator that I would think of in Slovenian woods. Nowadays, bear is an animal, wild animal, that is outnumbered. It's like so many of bears in Slovenian woods that they don't have place to live in the woods, so they come to the villages. It's not a problem only in Slovenia. As I understand, it's all over Middle Europe and so on. In all the material that we have, there are only 79 units of proverbs or paremiological units that contain the word bear. I have written some of those here on the slide. I am sure you do not see them, at least in the last rows. One is, if farmer sings, bear like to dance. Don't sell the fur while the bear is still in the cave. Hungry bear bites its own paws, and so on and so on. But I have added also riddles. We have two riddles, just two with bear. It is, bear walks on the eggs but steps on none. No of the eggs, and the answer is moon and stars. And the another is, bear hurries over 3 hills, pushes the wooden handle, fashes with his bottom, and it's the Sith. And we have a swear word, 300 furry bears, where it is actually, the bear is the euphemism for the devil, which surprises me, because when we will see a bit further, wolf would be much closer to the devil than bear. But bear is big, furry, and scary, and maybe that's why this furry went to bears. As I told, I looked at adjectives and verbs, and I wanted to see what is the surrounding of these predators. So it's interesting because with bears, only old bear goes in the proverbial material. There are no furry bears, there are no angry bears, there are just the old bear. That's the only adjective that was found in the material. There are some more verbs, of course. To devour, bear has never devoured winter. to jump. In troubles, even bear learns how to jump. To get old. When a bear grows old, it becomes the toy of young bear. To fear, while the bear has rotten pears, it is not afraid of hunger. To sneak out, when it is clear on Candlemas, the bear sneaks back or deeper as it was by now. We have then to stay, to go. What's interesting, what was interesting to me is to lick himself. I don't know how to translate it into English, this, but you know, snails lick themselves into their house during the winter. We call it that they lick themselves. So they put all this fluid that the cold does not get to them. So this expression was used for bears, that bear licks himself, itself, into the cave. And we have the verb that goes actually to human, not to the bear. It is to sell. Don't sell the fur while the bear is still in the cave. So it goes more to the human, but it is connected with the economy. And then what surprised me, wolf had much more units. It's 309 units. Just for comparison, I just have to find it. There are much more about dogs. I cannot find it here. As twice as wolves, for example, are dogs. Wolves are, in general, very interesting animals in folklore because they are, in a way, mythological animals. They are the animals that present this middle world. They are not of our world, they are not of outer world, but somewhere in between. So they are the animals that are predators. They could be interpreted looking through all the material that I cannot show today to you, that they are the same as catastrophe, for example. Wolf is the same as catastrophe. It's the same as natural one or some horrible happening in the life, which shows also when a woman is in the head of the house, the wolf eats all the sheep. So actually the disaster comes. So wolf is the same as disaster. I have here some Proverbs. We about the wolf, he comes around. We all know this proverb. It's from Latin. Full wolf and whole goat, that cannot exist. You, I think, all know this. Where the wolf lies leaves its fur. Wolf changes hair, but never the character. Everyone has its own wolf that bites. Depths are wolves. Wolves know how he cleans his own teeth, etc., etc. But maybe just to to emphasize, we have 3 riddles on wolves, different riddles. And first one is linked with bread, second one with pen, and the third one with wine in a bowl and in a man. So actually it is culinary world that wolf is connected with. Otherwise, metaphorically, it's linked as a loner. Adjectives are much more diverse with wolves. The wolves can be deaf, bigger, angry, wiped, most cunning, old, full, starving, happy, and to be ready. So deaf people, human usurers are deaf like wolves. And bigger, howling makes the wolf bigger than it is. Depth is an angry wolf. Even the sheep is not afraid of the whipped wolf. Even the most cunning wolf is caught one time by the wolves. Even foxes are full. It means that wolves eat so badly that foxes can get some food. A sack is wolf that cannot get full. Starved wolf swallows even mosquitoes. Rebellious sheep make wolf happy. thief and wolf are ready at any time. And verbs are to slaughter, to devour, to hang out, to butcher, to lie, to growl, to howl. So this is how we see wolf. So what wolf does? It butchers, it devours, it growls, it howls. And from the human perspective, people don't need to show the wolf, the woods. We talk about the wolf and it comes. It's better to see the wolf on the field than man only in shirt in Carnival Tuesday. And when you approach the wolf, call a dog. One of interesting proverbs with wolves is that, let me see, that people that praise you are as alike as friends, the same as wolves are like dogs. So those who praise you are wolves, friends are dogs, if we put direct connection, and I think it's really interesting categorization detail. So I checked also foxes, of course. There were only 93 units, and some riddles. For riddles, and only one of the riddles has fox in the answer. Most of the riddles are the joking questions, actually, and fox is very cunning. So this is the main categorization. If I go just to these adjectives and verbs, sleeping fox is the only one that goes with adjectives. There's not furry fox or something else. It's just sleeping fox. And the verbs are to go. Of course, fox barks, outwits, changes, serves, and lets. What is very important with foxes is that they are very much connected with fables and animal fairy tales. It's the animal that's most visible in this material. And from that point of view, as Lisa said already on the first day, but in different contexts, but actually here, almost every proverb with a fox has a tale behind it. So almost all the proverbs with foxes are from the fables and fairy tales. Like a fox served to a wolf and lost its fur, and so on. As I see, I am quite long, so let's go on. I looked also for the badger. There are not many, only 14 units. They are repeating themselves, and they're mostly weather paremias. And what surprised me is that for lynx, it is the animal that lives in Slovenia, wild cat, but we have no riddles and no proverbs in our material. It is hidden really well. It is hard to see, of course. I don't think that people met lynx very often. But there is one proverb, and it goes for the mistakes of the others. We are lynxes. For our own, we are moles. It's actually quite weird proverb. And I checked this proverb with our Christian Grandl, and he gave me German version. I think that Slovenian one is actually incorrect translation of German one, or misuse, let's say so. But it's interesting. We have it in the material only once. I don't know. It's like it's a big question mark on this. Okay. Stereotypical characteristics of the animals are that bears are strong and big, wolves are loner and herd hunters and disasters, fox are tricky, lynx is proud, and badger is loner and weird. As already Peter Grzibek wrote a lot about, and told me even more about proverbs as science. not only in folkloric context, but also in semiotic context. It's interesting to see all the meanings and what metaphorically mirror the proverbs. We can put out also the weather, those weather perimias as signs, what kind of weathers will be. And animals are big signs of predicting the future weather. So it is what will happen on Candlemas. It is huge material. This Candlemas is very, very significant for how animals behave. It's interesting that some animals, wild animals, can be interchangeable in one proverb, like fox or wolf can change fur but never the character. So it's fox, either wolf. It's both can be. And connections with domestic animals, the same proverb, but we have on one side predator and on the other side there's a domestic animal. Bear, to be strong as a bear or to be strong as an ox. And fox and donkey. Fox step only once on the ice. Donkey steps only once on the ice, for example. And the same as where wolf lies, leaves its fur, where fox leaves its fur, and where donkey lies, leaves its fur. It's interesting what are the animals that are actually connected. I do not see any stronger connection than their physical appearance and their, fur characteristics. Although I have to tell you that wolves do not give their fur away. They do not change their hair. Foxes do, wolves don't. And to conclude, you have here one proverb. It's only once, again, in our material. It was collected within collecting action in 2000 within one newspaper, one of the main newspapers. They were collecting proverbs, and it goes, if you are good as bee, hardworking as an ant, loyal as a dog, people call you donkey. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha, for this very informative speech and detailed statistics. And now we have a couple of minutes for questions or comments by audience.
Bear, it is not taboo in Slovenian.
No, bear not, wolf, yes.
Yes, and there is but you use the word wolf, even it is taboo.
Yes.
Yes, because in Finland, bear is a taboo, and that's why if you put bear, you don't find so many things. Mm-hmm. Just to tell that we have different words, we avoid that. Kontio, kontia, otso, ohto, mesikämmen, metsänpitäjä, metsänhaltija, metsähinen, metsänkuningas, metsänvilja, metsävaari, metsänvanhus, kouko, mönninkäinen ja pöykäri, and much more. So it also makes difference there. But if it's not taboo, I'm surprised that you don't have. Okay, and our bear, our otso, it is the one who goes on the sky also.
Yes, it's the same with Slovenian bear, but it wasn't as taboo as it was wolf. And I don't know any stories, but I must emphasize that all the mythological level in our area is lost. So there are some predictions based on other Slavic stories and mythologies, but it's all... Yeah. In Slovenian folklore, because I was dealing with Slovenian material. Okay.
Audi, please.
Have you thought about birds like hawk and eagle?
Yes, I did, but there was so much material even by now that I could not include it. I have it in computer and also analyzed. Yes, there are many.
So one short question, maybe, or comment. So if no, then Sasha, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will move forward, and we have now small changes in our program. instead of the presentation by Josefa Conde and Valentin Francisco, will be the presentation by Shanoza Madayeva from Thursday. Yeah?
From Uzbekistan.
Yeah, from Uzbekistan, but
Yes.
this was brought this time from Thursday.
Yes, from Friday.
Yes, yeah.
Not Thursday.
And Shanoza Madayeva comes from National University of Uzbekistan and will speak about Proverbs are the basis for identification of the Uzbek literary language. So, you're welcome.
Thank you. Hello, dear participants of conference. I am very glad to take part at this conference on paramiology, which represents the values of all the nations of the world. I am not philologist and folklorist, I am philosopher. But since my research was connected deeply with the tradition, mentality, and the process of self-identification of Uzbek people, I had to constantly work with folklore materials and social anthropological sources. Several of my articles on the formation of the identity and the Uzbek literary language have been published. My father, Omanullah Madayev, was a well-known folklorist, worked at National University of Uzbekistan, and annually took fourth-year students of the Faculty of Philology on folklore expedition to different villages of Uzbekistan. In 1984, his book, The World of Proverbs, was published. My interest in the norms of the national mentality began with the professional activity of my father, which devoted all his life for Uzbek folklore, who created all this book about Alisher Navoiy poems and Alpomesh and all of the folklore source of Uzbek people. And this presentation I would like to devote it to memory of my father. Proverbs of the Uzbek people are an integral attribute of the folklore wilds and of the Uzbeks. As a source of formation of the Uzbek literary language, the epics, folk songs, proverbs of the Uzbek people have been recognized by linguistics. This is collection of Uzbek folklore materials, which consist from the 32 volumes, but it is a collection of my family, which consists only 26 volumes. Indeed, this collection created until this time, and maybe this year some folklorists were published some new edition about folklore, new funded materials. The form of human thinking, from mythological thinking to the period when scientific thinking was formed, existed in the form of folklore materials. My position in connection of Proverbs with identity process of Uzbek literary language can lead us to the roots of the East philosophy. According Arabic scientist Jahiz, who lived in 9th century, in his book of Kitab al-Hayawan, this book was written about animals, about the evolutionary development of nature. He says that the type of knowledge of Eastern peoples is divided into two types, two groups. First is one, it's wisdom, but it means more such kind of word who reveals by itself love to the natural science. It's not only hikmat, it's in Arabian language means hikmat, and it means more interest to the natural science. And adab is the science of human manners, their education, and the creation of examples of literary that serve as examples in their education. Adab manners the culture of behavior and, most importantly, the love of behavior and correct living of life. However, education in this method is not through direct instruction or explanation, but in many cases it is presented in the form of figurative meaning, example, story, parable. The word literary comes from the word adab in Uzbek language. Literary in the East reflected the law of correct living of people in social life. Epics, fairy tales, stories, parables, and proverbs have manifested this law in a literary way. Literature in its meaning doesn't mean the meaning of the word literature today. It was appropriated in nowadays. But the science of literature, the philosophical laws of human existence of Earth. In particular, Uzbek proverbs, like the proverbs of all nations, are work of art that expresses a great life experience through a small sentence. About 30,000 proverbs consists this book, which was edited in 1943, 4 years. In theoretical materials, emphasis is placed on 3 sources as the basis for the formation of the Uzbek literary language, as well as on the history of proverbs. Those are Divan-ı Lughat-ı Turk, which consists more than 400 proverbs taken from the history of the Turkic peoples, and Kutatghu Bilik of scholars Mahmud Koshgari, which reveals by itself the dictionary of Turkic language. And third sources belong to the Sov of Alisher Navai, and because if the basis for the formation of the literary language of nation is folklore materials, epics, paramythological materials, then the literary language created in the process of forming a people who speak this language as a nation created by itself on its basis. Divan-ı Lughat-ı Turk, it's very big book which embraces more than 1,000 pages. Divan-ı Lughat-ı Turk, it's Kutatghu Bilik. It is collection of knowledge which leads to prosperity. In English, it means that it is a collection of knowledge. Divan-ı Lughat-ı Turk and Kutatghu Bilik works in Turkish written in Uyghur script are of great importance in the formation of the modern Uzbek literary language. Among ancient manuscripts, the ones that were in use until 15th century were in Uyghur scripts. The reason for this is that this script was later used only in Eastern Turkestan. Arab scripts and Islam religion came to this area much later. Uyghur script was based and formed on the Sogdian script, and starting from 6th century till 50th century, it has been forming among Turkic nations and up to 18th century among Buddhists. That is why Bartelt, very famous scholars of Russian history, said that it was not a coincidence that a rare literary devoted to Turkic history was found in Kashgar, because at that period, the area where Mahmud Kashgari lived was free from Islam missionaries and Persian influence. The second precise resource in Turkic language is Kutatkubilik, as it was noted. It is a collection of knowledge which leads to prosperity. This work was recognized as an example of ancient Uyghur literature by the majority of Orientologists. The essence of philosophy of this work is the issue of how to preserve Turkey Khaganate with the help of wisdom and intelligence. According to specialists, this book served as an example of art of ruling. It had its own name in every ruling. At some point, it was named in several times, for example, the rule of Shahs, ace of the state, greatness of governance. In Iran, it was called Shahnameh of Turks, while at some other places it was also called Book of Advice for Shahs. People of Turan named it Kutatkubilik. The reader will understand the book's importance by looking at the introduction. It tells that nobody ever had created such an important work in Turkic language so far, and it paid enough attention. One can see no characteristics of Uyghur language in its work. The author itself says that the work was written in Turkish and calls Turks with name Turani, which proves that Turkic people in China called themselves not Uyghur, but Turks. The word called Uyghurs by Chinese people and Mongols, which lead to that Russian and Empyrean scientists also starting call it from Uyghurs. Kutatkubilik was so famous that Russian scientist Samoilovich in his book Central Asian Turkic Scripts mentioned that the inscriptions from Kutatkubilik were carved on household items, and here he was talking about the scripts that were carved on a vessel found in Saranchik village located on the upper flow of Ural River in 13th century. Uzbek scientist Mulla Babajanov, in his work Tavarikh al-Khwarazm Shah, written in 1864 years, wrote following sentence: Wazir, this means minister, should be in charge of keeping an order because there is no justice in orderless place. And those words are similar to reference from Kutatkubilik. Kutatkubilik is valuable not only because it was the first precise source in Turkic language, but also because it was perfect in terms of written method and artistic proficiency. It influenced on the formation of Chagatai literature that was considered as a big trend during 14th and 15th century. Kutatkubilik is one of the first major monuments of written literature created under the influence of folk oral tradition. The content of the epic, its language and artistic features are proof of this. Some images of Kutatkubilik continue and develop in many folk proverbs and expressions in the monument of Orhan Enasai and Divan-ı Lughat-ı Turk, as well as in the oral works of the Turkic peoples of Central Asia and East Turkestan that appeared in the following centuries. For example, by the words of Yusuf Hoskhajib, by the words of after Divan-ı Lughat-ı Turk, he wrote that I decorated this book in a special alphabetical order with words of wisdom, such proverbs, literary praises called rajas and prose. In this work, as an example, I cited poems used in the language of the Turks, wise words and proverbs used on days of joy and mourning. The comparative analysis of the Uzbek and English translation of the following proverbs in the work requires special attention. For example, ancient pronunciation of these proverbs. Ot köçer kişi tocmaz, jalınık oğlu meni kalmaz. It's in ancient Turkic language. Contemporary Uzbek language, it sounds zaman o'tar kişi toymaz, inson bolasi mangu qolmas. And it's translated to English, time passes and a man doesn't perceive it, and sons of Adam don't live forever. In the proverb, it is like this. The English translation of "as man doesn't perceive" cannot reveal the logic of the original. In order to achieve this, in our opinion, it should be time passes and man never satiates with it. The sons of Adam don't live forever. In the proverb, it is in the next proverb. For example, aç ne cemez, tok ne temez. It's in ancient Turkic language. In Uzbek, aç ne yemaydı, tok ne demaydı. In English version, it's what wants the hungry one eat, what wants the full one say. But correct version is hungry eats everything, full says anything. Source of fundamental Uzbek in identification process of Uzbek language belongs to the works of Alisher Navai. The great scientist Alisher Navai is recognized as the founder of the Uzbek literary language. After the reign of Amur Timur, 14th and 15th centuries, national Turkic literary language was formed. It might seem to us that language is a political issue only nowadays, but it has always been a political factor. The reason for Alisher Navai to write his book, Muhakematul Lughatain, comparison to languages, was that at that period the issue of preserving Turkic language was quite important, as well as presentation of Turkic Kaghanate. Turkic nation has hundreds of Navai wrote that Turkic nation has hundreds of thousands of people. They all belong to me. It means to Navai. In terms of language, he means that all people belonging to Turkic tribes are his, and by that he means that they all are one nation. In real life, Alisher Navai studied in Persian, be it at home in literary environment or at madrasa. There are sources telling that his couples in Persian were more than 6,000 in number. Navai's creative period up until he was 40 was related to works in Persian language. And Fitrat Uzbek scientist, in his work about Navai's Persian poesy and poetry, underlines how skillfully his works in Persian were. Unwillingly, one might ask why Navai started the propaganda of Turkic language. This issue was related to the next step of Amur Timur Empire in the history. Even so, it was a normal phenomenon to speak not two but also three languages in Transsaxonia. The successor of Timur Empire always paid separate attention to the position of Turkic language in the following conditional periods. Strengthening of attention towards Turkic language went parallel with political actions. Moving the Timurid Sultanate to Herat was related to the widening of empire and at the same time to losing of rich culturally colonial Iran. In order to get rid of Timurids, sects and religion grew stronger under the cover of opposition. During the reign of King Hussein Baykara, who lived at the same time as Alisher Navai, it was becoming a habit to accept Shiism in order not to lose Iran. One of Timur's children, Baysunkur Mirza, accepted Shiism. As soon as intellectuals found about the intentions of Hussein Baqara to announce Shiism as official sect of government, the disagreements arose between them. Nava'i was also in this movement. The strength of his genius was that he proposed another way to Hussein Baqara to provide domination through strengthening of Turkic language, literary culture and education. It was considered that opposing the events in Iran and seeing itself was more important than surrendering. Strengthening of Alisher Nava'i's creations in Turkic language, approaching it with capability and beliefs in due to this reason. Alisher Nava'i wrote in Arabic language his work Muhakamatul Lughatain, which was meaning comparison of two languages. The purpose of this work was to compare Turkic and Persian languages and theoretically prove that capacities of Turkic language are not worse than those of Persian. After this work, he created 5 poems, which named Hamsa, in order to show the possibilities of Turkic language in 1483. It is a group of 5 poems, and it's written in the way that such poems should be written. The reason for this is that writing Hamza was a tradition among scholars. It was really difficult to work in such area, and they were supposed to show skillfulness in it. All the poems that make the group of 5 were written as rhymes. While working on rhyme, meter, and on expressing the meaning of the poem, author used maximal possibilities and qualities of the Turkic language. Alisher Nava'i used folklore materials well, and in his epics and ghazals, proverbs are directly embedded in poetic verse. Alisher Nava'i used folklore materials well in his epics and other works. For example, some examples from the work of Alisher Nava'i. For example, Qamir Zorge uchsa hulu quruq barobar yonadi in Uzbek. If there is a fire on a reed field, all, both wet and dry, get burnt. It is a real translation of these proverbs. But example of these proverbs in English is all in the same boat. And next is kasalni yashirsang ismasi oshkora qiladi, and in translation is if you want to conceal your illness from others, your temperature reveals everything. Love and coach cannot be hid in variant in English. And next is, don't get upset from the mirror if your face is crooked. In adequate translation is those who can dance blame in it on the music. And this next proverb also means that God's deeds cannot be avoided. In adequate variant, no one can escape this and unhappiness. In the works of Nava'i, it's impossible to count the number of proverbs. In conclusion, I can say that accepting all the positive traditions, Yusuf Khoskhadjev, Mahmud Kashghari, Nava'i enriched the literary Uzbek language with all the possibilities that could become as a national factor of statehood. The ingenious approach of Nava'i is still the strategic basic of the state language in Uzbekistan, and proverbs as a basic type of thinking of inference, statement, and syllogism until modern time plays important role in cognitive process and development other genres of Uzbek literary language. Thank you very much for your attention.
Very much. Thank you very much for your presentation, for very good overview of
Thank you.
Uzbekistan material. And now again, time for questions, for comments. Yeah, Liisa.
I love that. This is a comment. No one can escape death and unhappiness. In Finland, we have the same in different meaning. Nothing is you have to do, only the poor ones have to pay taxes and everybody is going to die.
Thank you very much for comment.
Thank you. And more questions?
No questions.
Comments? We have, yeah, Simen.
It's a connection between chess play and your language, because you use the secret of knowledge, shikmat.
Hikmat. It's in Arabian language.
Yes, shachmat.
No, it's not connected with shachmat.
But the secret of knowledge is could be what means? In fact, it's one word, only one word, or two words?
In 2 words, I can explain that hikmat could be such kind of knowledge which leads to the knowledge for natural science. For example, chemical science, physics, or astronomy. As it was created from the thoughts of Aristotle, metaphysics.
Yeah.
But adopt its special genre in East philosophy, which helped to upgrade of people in the whole social life.
We see the alphabet is Cyrillic. You don't have early one own alphabet.
Cyrillic.
Cyrillic.
Now we use Cyrillic, also Latin, both of them.
Latin. But you don't have your own alphabet.
Maybe I can say that in the end of 19th century we have own alphabet as Arabic script. Yes, but now we use only Cyrillic or Latin alphabet.
And these 32 volumes of folklore. It's like 1001 tales, nights.
It's some type of fairy tales. It's like for such fairy tales which was taken from the 1001 Nights, but with some changes, not very similar. Thank you.
Thank you. More questions? Comments? If there is no question or comments, then it's time to say once more. Thank you very much. So, and our last speaker of this session will be Iva Damkova from Czech Republic, from Charles University Prague, Department of Classical Studies, and Iva Damkova is medieval historian, Latin philologist by background, and you will see already the title of her presentation here. She will speak about Bernard's of Clairvaux's sermon on the feast of Saint Michael the Archangel. Yeah?
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. In my contribution, I will focus only on one proverb that I came across while reading the medieval text. and this proverb is this: love me, love my dogs, or who loves me also loves my dog. And I am sure that we are almost all familiar with this proverb that I will discuss now. It is still widely used not only in English, but it might be a surprise to many to hear that it has a history of more than 1,000 years. I was surprised myself to find the proverb when reading medieval Latin text written as early as the 12th century. Bernard of Clairvaux used the proverb in his sermon written in Latin, and it was used as a part of his explanation. But as we see, the history of the proverb is not so clear on the first sight. Love me, love my dogs is an idiom that means, as we know, to accept someone unconditionally. It means that to love a person unreservedly. One must accept the person's faults and annoying habits. The proverb is intended to warn someone that if they want to be in a relationship with you, they must be willing to accept everything about you. That is a definition of Cambridge Dictionary. The proverb has been famously used, for instance, in politics, for example, in Winston Churchill's speech during the war, but it is not out of fashion. We shall find numerous instances of the idiom even today, not only in political commentaries, as we will see now, for example. In my contribution, I will focus on the history, as I said, in the Middle Age, on its examples and variants in medieval texts written in both Latin and vernacular languages. And finally, I shall look at the explication of the idiom used by Bernard of Clairvaux. The history of the proverb, as I have suggested, and as we shall also later reach back. The first secure written proof comes from the 12th century and is attributed to Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, who used the idiom in a sermon, as we know. However, he calls the phrase, "He who loves me also loves my dogs." And he makes also a quotation that that was a common ancient proverb of the time, as we see here. What can we infer from that, from this information of this speech of Bernard? Bernard uses this in the sermon per annum, calls in Latin. In English is the translation sermon on the liturgical year, and it's clear from his quotation that was just an existing proverb, which originally came from a vernacular language and had a much longer history. Bernard didn't invent it himself, although he is often wrongly credited with its authorship. We know a lot of Latin version of this proverb, as we see in this slide. For example, if someone is honored, his dog is often loved. But the history of the proverb, the line of the vernacular languages is much more interesting. a collection of old French proverbs from the period 1174, around this era, uses the same form of it at 2 points, as we see. The translation is the same. He who loves me also loves my dog, in translation, and this is the vernacular version of that Bernard read in Latin. And another idiom in Old French from this time is in connection with Arthurian legends, namely the childhood and young years of the Knight of the Round Table, Sir Gawain. The original proverb is now adapted to the context of the knightly culture and applied to knights and their servants. In modern English, I quote, "For the love of the knights, their servants should be served. Very wisely spoke the one who said, that who loves me loves my dog too." Then we could go further, investigating the story of the interdisciplinary proverb, and we should observe that a particular history is very interesting in Iberic Peninsula. Let us quote a Spanish variant of the proverb, probably from the late 14th and early 15th century, which again had a longer tradition, as the editor of this collection noted. El autor se inspiraba de las escrituras santas y de los antiguos refranes españoles. Instead of the general pronominal reference, this variant of the proverb uses the name Beltran or alternatively Pedro, with no clue for any specific identification. The name rhymes with the focus of the second part of the proverb, the words in Spain can or perro. We have, for example, two variants of this proverb that are very interesting here. Quien bien quiere a Pedro, bien quiere a su perro, or with the other version with Pedro. The translation is also the same. He who loves Beltran always loves his dog. Likewise, an Old English version mentions not only the parallel between the affection for the master and the dog, but also underlines the importance of fondness for the master's servants, as was also evident from the Arthurian theme in Old French. Now we can ask what made Bernard use the popular proverb in his Latin sermon. It's an interesting question. He might have intended to improve his sermon with the widely known saying to catch the attention of the audience and made the sermon more attractive. Indeed, Bernard did the same in his text, another one, which is called De Consideratione ad Eugenium Papam, English. English translation, where he applied the same method and used a popular proverb translated into Latin. The proverb that we have in this text is this: "You shall be admonished by the popular saying, When someone does what no one else does, all people wonder, which, according to his biographers, was a favorite saying of Bernard. This, I think it's interesting connection of the use of popular proverb used by Bernard. Let us look now at Bernard's interpretation of the proverb as used in his speech. His use became famous and helped popularize the saying, as I said. He referred to the phrase when he was speaking about angels and their love for humanity in his sermon on the feast of St. Michael the Archangel, celebrated on the 29th of September. Bernard's sermon, however, was not limited to Michael, but rather concerned angels in general, with a focus on their responsibilities as guardians. His address began with a list of reasons and purposes why angels protect humans and love them. The proverb was used to illustrate their affections for humanity. In his reflection, Bernard highlighted the causal connection of the relationship among people, angels, and God in the following way. I quote, "Because Jesus Christ loves us, angel loves us too," and then explained the relationship with the proverb. It's said truly in a common proverb, "Who loves me also loves my dog." And he continued, "We are, holy angels, the dogs of your Lord, whom you angels love so devotedly. Petty dogs who desire to feed on the crumbs falling from the table of the Lord, which, it means the crumbs, are you." The contemplation refers to the passage in the New Testament. The reference is to Matthew 15:27, which describes Christ's encounter with a woman of Canaan who begged for her daughter to be healed. This is the passage from the Bible, and we can sum up the story that is described in this passage. A pagan woman bows down to Jesus and asks for mercy. Jesus tries the woman and likens pagans to dogs. The woman stands up to the test, saying, "I am aware that to the eyes of the Jews I am not more than a dog, but even dogs get to be fed at the end of the feast. You are still my master. I know you can heal my daughter, and that there shall be a crumb of your blessing left for me." The pagan woman thus becomes an example of true faith. She displays deep confidence that even a crumb of Christ's blessing can heal her daughter. Profound humility in tolerating the comparison to a dog, and great wisdom, the manner of her response. Bernard explained the story with respect to the topic of his sermon. He said that he presented the parallel to encourage his audience to have faith in angels and resort to their assistance in all matters. In Bernard's words, to feed on the crumbs from the Lord's table, that is to take advantage of their closeness to angels and God. We can sum up this information from this both sides. It means from the history of the proverb and the explanation in the speech of Bernard of Clairvaux. And we can corroborate Bernard's assertion that the proverb had already existed in the popular lore, as we saw. The oldest written proof in Old French comes from the late 12th century, but it must have been circulated long before that in the oral tradition. This is entirely in line with the usual scenario. Vernacular proverbs were usually first recorded in Latin text, and only later they appeared in collection which recorded the original vernacular versions. And that was the crucial channel for the subsequent dissemination. As we have demonstrated, the explanation of the proverb presented a potential for further use in connection with the biblical text, as in case of Bernard. Bernard used the proverb in his sermon on the benefits that angels can bring to our humans. Yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this very interesting overview again, and thank you for being in time with your presentation. And now it's again time to questions, to comments. Yeah, Damian.
Thank you very much. I was wondering about the first appearance in French. I forgot the quote, but were there introducing formulae, like in the quote from 1500, where it said in old terms, and then the proverb. So I was wondering if it's already old in 1500, how old would it have to be called old in the 15th century? And I was also wondering if you studied these introduction formulae, because that could be an interesting clue.
Yes, as I said, the proverb is old and comes from 12th century. The first notion of it is in Bernard, but in Latin. But he quotes, as we saw, I don't know if I could put it on the screen, but it doesn't matter. Bernard quotes the proverb in 12th century, but he said that it was just known, circulating in vernacular languages. And in the first collection of old French proverbs, also from 12th century, we have the proof of it on old French. And then I think in 15th century, old thing or well-known thing that was circulated also in other languages, as I showed, in Old English, then Old French, Old Spanish. I'm sorry, in these both variants with Beltran or Pedro. And it was nice uses of, I think, special identification and with rhyming in this proverb.
So it confirms that pretty often the inventor of a proverb is not the one that propagates it, and also the older the proverb, the more difficult to find the origin. So it's much easier to study modern proverbs. So you're very courageous.
Yeah, I agree. It's a question what was first, and now we know that first was the vernacular proverb. Yeah, thank you.
So now Odi, and then next will be Simeon.
I checked this proverb from this Matti Kuusi typology of proverbs, and it is said that it is global, but of course I don't know if it's the idea of this proverb, because I found here, even I don't have the text here that it is also the same idea in Japan and in Persian proverb, and then one from Malta, but of course it is the same. It is here in Maltese: before you tease a dog, be sure you know his master. And this tells more about this typology that.
I think there are a lot of proverbs dedicated to dogs.
But maybe, but about this same idea that it is important to know the dogs when. Maybe. Almost same. Yeah. Yeah.
Simeon.
Thank you. Of course, Saint Bernard used Proverbs as Jesus Christ. I have two questions. The first is serious. The second seems a joke. The first, who use this proverb? Men, women, priests?
In Bernard sermon.
No. Today, in vernacular language. Today. For example, you used.
These are a collection of proverbs. In this case, I think I am unable to say
out of collection.
No, the other thing from Old French is, I think, much more interesting because there is. We see the adaptation of the context of the Nile culture and application of knights and their servants, and I think this is interesting.
It's something historical, but today didn't exist this in use, this proverb.
This, for example, this
yes,
case
this.
was from taken from Old French. This was history of Knight of Round Table. This is the history of Artus and Sir Gawain. In this case, it was the history of Sir Gawain. It means the adaptation of the context of other.
Thank you. And the second question: how barks the dog in your language?
In Czech.
In Czech.
Or in this case, I think.
The dog how barks in your language?
Yeah, I think we have a lot of proverbs in Czech.
No. Without proverbs, it's
if we.
Onomatopoeia.
Yeah, it could be a nice animal or.
No. In Romanian, how in a Romanian language, I'm Romanian. How.
Half.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. What was the meaning of that question? Yeah. So, last question.
I have a bonus question about the French quotes, because I don't speak medieval French. But in the quote it says "qui m'aime si aime mon chien," which means if you love my dog. So is it really the same meaning, or is it an anti-proverb or a modification of "love me, love my dog"? Because
I think this is the same, because it's he who loves me also we should add to this love my dog, but there was two version of it.
So maybe
but
it's,
I can show you it after.
because I'm not sure. Maybe it's just old French syntax, and that's why I don't get it. But it says, "If you love my dog, then you love me." So I'm not. I have a doubt. I'm not
Yeah,
sure, but
I could show you then after.
maybe a specialist of medieval French. I don't know.
I think it's the same in this meaning. It's not if, but.
And Professor Mieder.
This is just a small follow-up to Damian's earlier question about the introductory formula, an old proverb. That is, of course, an introductory formula that is basically formulaic, because if you look at modern proverbs, many, many times in context, you find people saying, as the old proverb says. So that is an automatic thing that people use. But Damian, finding it in a medieval text is, of course, good. But I just want to warn against, when we look at more recent proverbs, that the introductory formula of, as an old saying says, is to be taken cum grano salis.
So, thank you. And I close the session. I am very grateful to all who gave the speech, to all who participated in this discussion, asked questions, and commented. And now I would like to invite the people of this session to the diploma ceremony. It's a very important part of this session. So Sasha Babic, Shanona Madeva, and Iva Adamkova, again here.
Excuse me. Yeah. Please, not a break now. Kevin is waiting for us, so please we continue. Yeah. Not a break. Not a break now. Is Kevin in the United States is already prepared to make the presentation. So please for a moment.
There? It's okay. I don't touch. Okay, only two of.
Thank you, Rui, for that introduction. To characterize Alexander Solzhenitsyn's opening preface to his Gulag Archipelago as a work of genius is an understatement. One of his more perceptive biographers, D.M. Thomas, rhetorically emotes the following in his introduction to Part 1 of the Gulag, and I quote from Thomas, "Was there ever a more astonishing, attention-seizing, perfect opening to a major work than the disarmingly homespun beginning to the Gulag archipelago. End of quote. Similarly to the immense role of Russian proverbs in his purely fictional works, like Cancer Ward and In the First Circle, Solzhenitsyn concludes the preface to his Gulag Archipelago with the timely wisdom of an insightful Russian proverb coming at the end of a scientific account of the discovery of long-frozen salamander in a subterranean ice flow in the Kolyma River of Siberia. The narrator then compares the reaction of local tribesmen to his own tribe of Gulag camp prisoners who similarly would have devoured the frozen fish with great relish. The Zek, or prison narrator, ends his tale by citing a proverbial Russian warning that it would not pay to dig up the recent past of Gulag prisoners who all too well would relate to the account of local Kolyma tribesmen devouring the remains of long-frozen salamander. And I quote, "Dwell on the past, and you will lose an eye. Кто старое поменет, тому глаз вон." End of quote. The narrator then cautions his readers to recall the second part, concluding of this proverb, and I quote, "А кто забудет, тому два." Forget the past, and you lose both eyes. In 2006, Time magazine would name Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago the most important literary work of the 20th century. Gulag has been translated into some 35 languages throughout the world and has sold more than 3 million copies alone in the United States. Over the last 10 years, I have been analyzing and writing about the fictional works of Solzhenitsyn, as well as teaching world literature courses on his fiction. But this evening, I would like to turn my attention to this most important non-fictional work of Solzhenitsyn's. Before I begin my analysis, however, I should define a few of the essential terms of Gulag Archipelago. For example, the first and the last words of the title itself, Gulag and Archipelago. The former is an acronym for Главное управление лагерей, or the main administration of the forced labor camps. I might parenthetically note that Solzhenitsyn was the first Russian writer to use this term in its noun form. In addition, he introduces the concept Gulag as a veritable country of forced labor and police camps. The term Gulag refers to hundreds, if not thousands, of prison camps stretched out over the vast terrain of the Soviet Union. Solzhenitsyn examines the history of this extended domain of millions of Soviet citizens from its beginnings in 1918 all the way down to his own release from a decade of imprisonment in 1956. Not having access, of course, to archival materials, the Russian author conducted as much research as he could on his own, and importantly sought out eyewitness accounts from what he estimates to be 227 other Zek prisoners. While it is impossible to accurately calculate the precise number of those who either died in or survived the Gulag system, estimates range from 35 million to 66 million prisoners. The second imagistic term, archipelago, underlines the immense landmass of prison forced labor camps that dot across the former USSR as though islands of an ocean. The content of Gulag Archipelago equally impresses as riveting and massive. Over the span of 3 volumes, divided into 7 parts, totaling some 1,800 pages, the Russian author chronicles the history of this forced work camp system from its inception under Vladimir Lenin in 1918 to his own release in 1956. For decades now, readers and commentators on Gulag Archipelago have been stymied by the subtitle to Solzhenitsyn's masterpiece, which claims to be an experiment in literary investigation. Опыт художественного исследования. While there is much literary creativity to the author's Gulag, I would like this evening's presentation to take a new and original approach to the literary aspects of Solzhenitsyn's non-fictional masterpiece. That is, like so many of the short stories, novellas, and novels that I have analyzed over the years in terms of the Russian author's use of proverbs, I find a distinct role as well for the endemically Russian proverb in his non-fictional Gulag Archipelago. The opening chapter of Gulag, which is titled Arrest, for example, rhetorically provides a series of generalized accounts of the shock, horror, and eventual acceptance of individuals' fate and transformation into the world of a zek, or in English translation, the world of a camp prisoner. Initially, their response demonstrates surprise. I quote, "Me? What for? Why was I arrested?" End of quote. The next stage of this sinister process, according to Solzhenitsyn, describes the accused's body search and home invasion, which the author assures his readers would require too much time to describe in educated speech. So he abbreviates the lengthy narrative by opting for the brevity of a Russian proverb. And I quote, "But there's a folk saying about the search which covers the subject, and the proverbial saying is, they are looking for something that was never put there. Ищут, чего не клали." End of quote. The Russian author's reference to this being a folk saying does not refer to Vladimir Dahl's famous 19th century collection of Russian proverbs, but to the 20th century proverb language of the Gulag camp system in the Soviet Union. This thereby serves to introduce Solzhenitsyn's readers to the fact that not all of the proverbial speech that will appear in Gulag Archipelago will have their origins in Russia's distant and rich folk past. Here, in this same chapter 1, devoted to acquainting his readers to the capricious and arbitrary topic of political arrest, Solzhenitsyn employs another notable proverb to describe the unsuspecting frame of mind for those about to be arrested by Soviet authorities. And I quote, "A submissive sheep is a find for a wolf. Смирная овца волку по зубам." End of quote. The author attributes this submissiveness initially to an ignorance of the mechanics of large-scale arrests in the 1920s, the 1930s, and the 1940s. But ultimately, Solzhenitsyn lays blame for this eerie acquiescence to the fact that, and I quote, "we didn't love freedom enough. We purely and simply deserved everything that happened afterward." End of quote from Solzhenitsyn. The following chapter, entitled the history of our sewage disposal system further reveals the painful stages of penal oppression and humiliation by placing a timeline to the successive intervals of camp life under Lenin and Stalin. As Solzhenitsyn observes, and I quote from the Gulag, "The history of this sewage system is the history of an endless swallow and flow, flood alternating with ebb and ebb again with flow." End of quote. Beginning with the initial stages of Gulag's history in the 1920s, the Russian author transports readers through an endless series of arrests, interrogations, and ultimately sentencing, typically to tenors and quarters, meaning 10-year and 25-year terms. Underlining the futility of escape and repatriation to a normal life back home, Solzhenitsyn calls upon a timeless Russian proverb, observing that once arrested, there was no hope of returning home. And I quote, "You can't undo what has been done. Сделано не воротишь." End of quote. The subsequent chapter, which is titled "The Interrogation," transitions to the next stage of the Zek prisoner's journey to the Gulag camps. Solzhenitsyn initially observes that as early as 1919, the chief method of interrogation was a revolver on the desk. Over the years, however, more subtle methods were used, ranging from psychological methods to inducing confusion in the accused and threatening to arrest family and loved ones if the accused did not provide the desired information. The author skillfully captures the chaos and confusion of these forced interrogations with the help of a blunt yet well-known camp proverb. I quote, "They beat me into a bow and I became someone else. Sognuli dugoi и стал как другой." End of quote. Following up on this gruesome yet apt camp proverb, Solzhenitsyn then turns to a biblical saying in cautioning his readers not to condemn those prisoners who turned out to be too weak for these interrogations and informed on others. I quote, "Do not be the first to cast a stone at them. Ni kin v них камень." End of quote. A grim series of similar proverbial wisdom then follows. I quote once again, "And may you be judged by God, but not by people. Суди тебе Бог, а не люди." It's a simple question. Hang on to your health. Простой расчет. Сохранить здоровье. End of quote from this chapter. The final in this telling series of proverbial wisdom is not recorded in Vladimir Dal's collection of standard Russian proverbs, but issues from Gulag camp common sense. I quote, "You can't get new teeth. Зубы потом не вставят." End of quote. At the end of this chapter, the Russian author expresses his personal opinion as to why Russia engaged in this sad history of cruel interrogations leading to death in the Lubyanka or in the Gulag camps themselves. I quote, "We have lost the measure of freedom. We have no means of determining where it begins and where it ends. We are an Asiatic people. By now, we are even unsure whether we have the right to talk about the events of our own lives." End of quote. The blue caps, Голубые канты, of the following chapter 4 refers to the interrogators who were part of the Soviet state security system. In this chapter as well, Solzhenitsyn employs a number of camp underground proverbs and sayings to emphasize the horror of the prisoner's gruesome experience. He observes how the blue caps produced page after page of depositions to ensure that those being interrogated would suffer the proverbial fate of Russia's underworld of thieves' wisdom. I quote from this chapter, "You today, me tomorrow. Umri ты сегодня, а я завтра." End of quote. According to the author, the slogan of these blue caps derived from proverbial cynicism. I quote, just give us the person and we'll create the case. Был бы человек, а дело создадим. End of quote from this chapter. Later in the chapter, Solzhenitsyn suggests to his readers that they ask themselves, I quote once again, if my life had turned out differently, might I myself not have become just such an executioner as these blue caps? End of quote. He introduces this revealing question by calling upon yet another example of Russian folk wisdom. As the folk saying goes, if you speak for the wolf, speak against him as well. Говори на волка, говори и по волку. End of quote. What follows is a painstaking self-examination of whether the author himself might have sunk to the immoral depths of the blue caps had he accepted years earlier a similar post in the NKVD, the secret police, while still a student at the university. He sadly recalls how following officer candidate school, he developed a tiger-like stride, as well as a metallic voice of command. He took too much pride in the officer's stars that were attached to his shoulder tabs, and concludes, and I quote, pride grows in the human heart like lard on a pig. Нарастает гордость на сердце, как сало на свине. End of quote. By the close of this self-examination, Solzhenitsyn concludes that all of us are capable of the worst, most vile behavior. But he then reasons in the wisdom of a proverb. From good to evil is one step. От добра до худа один шаток. The final chapter that I want to discuss with you today is strangely titled First Cell, First Love. In it, Solzhenitsyn incongruously observes that this first cell marks the best, most consequential experience of one's life. I quote, what you experience in your first interrogation cell parallels nothing in your entire previous life or your whole subsequent life. A person of profound spirituality, Solzhenitsyn ironically confides that, and I quote, I had this consciousness that prison was not an abyss for me, but the most important turning point of my life. End of quote. From his passion, from his prison cell, and from the numerous accounts of his fellow prisoners, Solzhenitsyn learned perhaps his most important lesson of life, a lesson that takes on the form of yet another camp proverb. To stand up for truth is nothing. For truth, you have to sit in jail. Thank you very much for your attention. I'd be happy to respond to any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kevin, for your very interesting presentation. is a good lesson. I think some questions. There are some questions or some opinions.
Kevin, I can't resist. Kevin is my dear friend and colleague at the University of Vermont, and our plan was to come together, but Kevin had to have an operation. So great job, Kevin, and glad to see you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for very fascinating communication. I want to know the reason why you have landed on the Russian region of Proverbs. Because, we are from Uzbekistan, so that's why we also use some or several Russian proverbs in our country too. Because we use this language as a second language for many centuries. So that is why I am interested in why you are interested in and you have the investigation on Russian proverbs.
I'm afraid I'm in a bit of trouble here. For some reason, the translation of your question is breaking up. And I can't say that I really understand what it is that you just asked. Could you perhaps ask again much more slowly and a little louder?
Yeah, right now your friend Wolfgang Mieder, Papa Mieder, helped me to give the answer. That's why I got it. So I asked why you are interested in Russian proverbs, not other one. Yeah, thank you. The answer is ready.
I can answer it. Kevin is a retired professor of Russian at the University of Vermont, and he has done wonderful work on the pedagogical use of proverbs in teaching beginning, second, third year of Russian. And as he mentioned at the beginning of his talk, he has done for several years now an intensive study on the use and function and meaning of proverbs in Solzhenitsyn works, and is close to finishing a book on that matter.
Thank you. Thank you.
Once again, I have to say that you're breaking up too much for me to be able to follow what it is that you're saying. I don't know if the problem is at my end or there with you, but I'm very, very sorry that I cannot respond to your question.
And you here, it's not. Maybe you hear. Do you hear? No. Anyway, I noticed some fatalism in those proverbs. What do you think? Because there were those, they were not only proverbs about this, we deserved what happened afterwards, and you cannot undo what was done, and this God will punish us, and like this.
Would it be something with the addition?
Addition? Yeah, of course. It's right. Right answer is, of course, religion, but did you notice this kind of things? I asked these people because he doesn't hear.
Yes, when you speak into your microphone, I can hear you better.
Yeah. I asked about fatalism in Russian proverbs. No.
Fatalism in Russian proverbs. Fatalism in Russian literature overall has been a fact of Russian literature at least since the 19th century, with Lermontov, Gogol, Dostoevsky, Pushkin, and so on. And in Russian proverbs, we encounter similar cynicism really often, very, very often, in fact. In Solzhenitsyn himself, in his various works, including, I would say, the Gulag Archipelago, we still see Russian cynicism. I don't want to suggest that this is all the time. It certainly is not. But as a Russian, Solzhenitsyn certainly has cynicism in his blood.
More questions?
My question, I want how use Solzhenitsyn folk proverbs in his novel, general meaning or similar or same folk proverb. What do you think about it?
Did you say cynium as in cynicism in his?
Yes, maybe general meaning of only sometime in text.
Yes. Somewhere between occasionally to fairly often, we will see cynicism both in the Gulag as well as in Krugi Pirvum, One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, and so on. But I wouldn't say that Solzhenitsyn, either in his literary writings or in his Gulag Archipelago, is excessively cynical. More so in his literary works like Cancer Ward, In the First Circle, One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, I find that both the author overall in the literary work as well as in his proverbs does not show cynicism. I would say there is probably, however, especially in August 14, August 1914, there is perhaps more cynicism than I see in any of the other literary works of Solzhenitsyn's. If, for example, I think of the conclusion of In One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, that's actually a very uplifting, positive statement that the narrator concludes the work with, that this one day was actually a very good day in his experience. This confuses a lot of readers, of course, because, especially American readers, I would say, because everything throughout One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich is such a horrible experience. And yet Ivan himself sees his day very positively, for he was not beaten, he was not killed, and he survived death.
If I may continue singing the praise of my wonderful friend, there are two other books that Kevin wrote that I thought I should mention. One is a book on investigating the use of Russian proverbs in different authors than Solzhenitsyn. But his first book was truly fascinating. It was an entire study of Pravda from its beginning. Is that 1917, Kevin? Something like that? Yeah. The entire run of Pravda, looking for anti-American caricatures and cartoons. And it is an absolutely amazing study, just to see what the propagandistic message was in the Pravda newspaper. Take a look at it. It's very, very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Kevin, we are very glad also is the third time that you can stay with us, but in online, and we hope next year you can stay with us in presential and pass this time in Feira. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I call the other presentation, Maksuda Kayeva, please.
So I'm really sorry because of the Professor Mahfouza is feeling really ill. Now I will present her speech here. So the theme of the speech is the importance of proverbs in the educational system of Uzbekistan. Our education system consists of the stages: primary education, secondary education, and after that the vocational education, and after that higher education. However, we can say that the proverbs can be applied in all sections of education. While in the primary education, the proverbs connected to the upbringing of children is mainly used. However, after the other stages of the education, they are connected to the history, social development, and other fields of the education. Over the years, between epochs, new ones have been created, and the range of meanings of the old ones, old proverbs, those that exist in living communication and language, has expanded or narrowed. Even a certain part of them has been forgotten, while proverbs express centuries-old life expressions, the conclusion of constant daily observations in a strictly polarized way. As a complete thought, they are dominated by the diversity of meaning of each word, the stability of expressing, the stability of form. But depending on the place of application, their range of meaning is constantly expanding. That is why every word in the Proverbs needs spatial attention. Because these kind of proverbs have words that have historically had completely different meanings. In addition to this fact, each nation has its own religious beliefs, its own lifestyle and culture and worldview, which they are partially reflected in the articles studied in folklore in Proverbs. One of the factors that reflect the culture of the nation, the national values of the identity of people, it's the oral art of the people, which is unique to this nation. And Proverbs, one of the most important genres of folklore and one of the most important genres of folklore, is also very important for the studies in linguistics and folklore. The study of Proverbs, one of the most important thing is being researched in different fields, because these works were reflected in the works of Yusuf Khas Hajib, Ahmad Yassavi, Rabghuzi, Lutfi, Alisher Navai, Babur, and other scientists in Uzbek literature. No matter what language or ethnic group we collect proverbs from, there are similarities between them, and we can see significant differences as well. The main similarities of the proverbs are the issues mostly are related to upbringing, because it's very important in the education. And regardless of religion or nationality, these proverbs have the same context, the same thoughts. For example, if we analyze a number of English and Uzbek proverbs, we can see some similarities. For example, early to bed and early to rise. The equivalent of this proverb will be like erta turganga Xudo beradi. So in both nations, the day of how much earlier we stand up, then the day will be productive. It's stressed. Or o'z pishirgan oshingni aylanib ham o'rgilib ham o'zing ye. So it's translated, its equivalent in English will be like, the nearer the church, the farther from God. In all, we have limited ourselves to the analysis of a few proverbs, but religious, cultural, comparative analysis of ethical similarities, especially in English and Uzbek proverbs. So I can say that no matter the differences between the education and upbringing of the nations, the importance of proverbs in them is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attitude to read the lecture of your colleague. Thank you and best wishes for her, because I saw her yesterday, and thank you. The organizing committee, thanks in my name too. Some opinions that Valida can transmit, and she can write something.
Feel free to ask, please.
Of course, of course.
You told us that it is first bringing up children, then it comes to education, and then it comes to the to learn working, and then the higher education, what actually is just there. So it was very clear that proverbs are living in every standard, but in different ways.
Yes.
Yeah, as the bringing up and educating are two different things, and actually they are the same. So thank you.
Thanks.
More question or opinion or suggestions? We finish our really very hard day, and thank you very much for all and for you too. And we can distribute the certificate. Thank you.